Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Pilecki Institute. On behalf of our institute, I feel very honored to welcome and not only you, but our friends and main organizers of this conference, Professor Igor Konkolewski, Professor Andrzej Portnow. Very important discussion, very important seminar, reflection on this connection, and I would say still present this Soviet understanding, Russian understanding of imperial, what is peace, what is past, and concrete when we discuss these three places, Bykivnia, Babyn, Bucha, we can see how colorated all these horrible atrocities are. And we talk about past, but we talk about, unfortunately, present times. And from my side, I would like to stress that, well, we have now the exhibition about Vasyl Stus. And I think this story is very much a very good starting point to see how this experience, Ukrainian experience, story about Ukrainian and European hero, human rights activist, fighter, and who was killed, in fact, for protecting Ukrainian identity, for fighting for writing poems in Ukrainian, and how the Russian regime, Russian empire, how destroyed him. But in fact, what we see today, that in this story, we have also these today issues, like the prosecutor who in fact, in 1980, prepared this faked documentation to prosecute Vasyl Stus, and how he was engaged in the Russian invasion in 1922. So we see that the past and this present time are very much, no, they have many in common, and we need to understand it. So let's, if we want to understand what's going on today, what does it mean, Russia aggression, what Russia atrocities, we really need to understand the past and all, I mean, to know about these atrocities that were committed by Russians and what these traces are today, because we are now in very difficult times, let's be honest. These political changes that are going on, not only in Europe, but also in the US, they push us to this moment. Let's really be aware and understand and discuss these all issues, because protecting and defending democracy and European values, it's not only, I mean, fighting for Ukraine, it's fighting for free democratic Europe. Thank you very much. I think it is, should work.
Thank you, Hanna, for your introduction, for your welcome. Thank you for hosting us today at the Pilecki Institute in Berlin. And on behalf of the Center for Historical Research of the Polish Academy of Sciences in Berlin, I'd like to welcome all of you. Today's conference is a part of the project Bykivnia, Babyn, Bucha, Between the Massacre and Memory, carried out by our Ukrainian colleagues and friends with the support of the German Foundation Remembrance, Responsibility and Future, FVZ, Stiftung Erinnerung, Verantwortung und Zukunft. The idea of the project is to discuss the collective memory of communism, Nazism, and Russia's contemporary crimes committed during the ongoing war of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, by focusing on the three places of the mass executions of the civilian population around Kiev. Bykivnia, victims of communism who were executed there in the years 1937 to 1941. Babyn Yar, victims of Nazism, murdered in the years 1941 to 1943, and Bucha, victims of the current Russian aggression war against Ukraine, killed in March 2022. The main goal of the project is to present the traumatic legacy of the occupation of Ukraine by the totalitarian communist and Nazism regimes and their impact on collective memory, as well as to explain the reasons for the crimes of the current authoritarian regime in Russia. The entire project has been implemented by Svitarta NGO with support of the FVZ Foundation and in partnership with the Ukrainian Institute of National Memory, Centrum für Historische Forschung Berlin der Polnischen Akademie der Wissenschaften, Lietuvos Istorijos Institutas in Vilnius, Sectoral State Archive of the Security Service of Ukraine, National Historical and Memorial Reserve Bykivnia Graves, Babyn Yar National Historical and Memorial Reserve, and Archive Department of Bucha City Council. I want to express my gratitude to Svitarta and all mentioned partners for the invitation to participate in this project, due to which we can better understand not only the history of the age of extremes, as the 20th century is called by historians, but also the realities of the present full-scale war in Ukraine and crimes committed by Putin's Russia. I would like especially to express my thanks to Svitlana Lachowicz, art historian, coordinator of Central. We know her all, but still I'd like to briefly introduce her main activities. So she's art historian, coordinator of Central and Eastern Europe projects at the Institute of Lithuanian History, expert at the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation, head of the NGO Svitarta, as well as author of the idea and project manager of the Bykivnia Babyn Yar Bucha project. Last but not least, I'd like to say thank you to the Center of the Polish and Ukrainian Studies at the European University Viadrina in Frankfurt and the Oder. Andriy, thank you very much. And the Pilecki Institute in Berlin. Hania, thanks a lot. For your contribution to the day's event, as well as to all conference participants here in the audience, in the conference room, and in front of their computers. I wish you all of us, good and fruitful discussions on our common European history and the present day in which millions of Ukrainians in their everyday life are exposed to the war atrocities. Sława Ukrainie.
Доброго ранку, дорогі колеги. I will just still stand for a minute because I'm supposed to sit the entire, day moderating all the panels, and I want to see like all of you also on the last rows, because that's usually the place which I take when I am listening to the conferences. So, dear colleagues, you should be aware of the fact that the event we are experiencing now is first and foremost the product of Igor Konkolevsky's and Svetlana's Lachovets, let's say, enthusiasm and activities. And I am, of course, especially pleased and happy that the location is Pilecki-Institut Berlin. We have a very special relationship with Hania and all the colleagues. And I should maybe even use this occasion to tell you that if by any chance you have time also tomorrow to spend your evening here, you may come again, because at 6, there will be an event which is also co-organized by our Center of Polish and Ukrainian Studies and Pilecki Institute. And that would be the next session of Festung Archiv Ukraina project. So we'll have guests from Kherson. It's very interesting and very actually tragic. I could tell you immediately story of the archives and libraries and monuments, because as we all know, Kherson was occupied, then deoccupied, but a lot of cultural treasures, they vanished, they disappeared, and we still have no idea what happened to them. So if you want to know more, you could come tomorrow at 6 and listen to this event. I'll be there again. So for me, it's almost like going to work now to Pilecki. But now let's come back to today, because tomorrow is tomorrow, today is today. Today, dear colleagues, we'll have a lot of interesting presentations. Some of them, let's say, alive. I'm very happy that Professor Yuri Shapoval, an old friend of mine, and other colleagues came here. But we also have some talks online, right? So let's say, from Ukraine, let's hope it will function despite, as we all know, all those blackouts and attacks on the energy infrastructure and stuff like that. And before starting with the presentation of the project, and then proper academic talks, I decided to share with you, if I may, some ideas that came to my mind yesterday's evening. Because, I remember when I've kind of started my academic writing in Kiev, I was also asking for advice, Yuri Ivanovich and other people. I remember that I often used categories like memory wars or memory as a battlefield. So this this militarized terminology like battlefield wars in a pure, let's say, metaphorical or abstract sense. Because frankly speaking, looking back, back in 15, 20 years, I would never seriously, let's say, imagine that memory wars could turn into an actual war. I mean, with physical violence, because physical violence is not the same as, violence exercised on different memorial occasions. But what we have nowadays in Europe, right? It's not just the war against Ukraine. It's also, I would say, weekly, so regular experiences of violence around the topic of Holocaust used during the pro-Israeli and pro-Palestine manifestations, so events in Berlin. Actually, both sides would kind of apply to this kind of memory that is behind. And frankly speaking, I'm asking myself quite often, what actually happened to this entire, proudly, German, tradition of, dealing, with the Holocaust, with the Nazi past, with anti-Semitism, with all this stuff. And when I'm looking at those videos and listening to those comments, last weekend again, very interesting situation in this art gallery in Berlin, right? I am kind of reminding myself of my native city of Dnipro, where you have the biggest Jewish community center in Europe, maybe in the world, and where you have no police taking care of this center. You could freely enter it, go to the synagogue, go to the memorial places, go to the, open spaces where we made our summer school before the pandemic. And frankly speaking, comparing to Berlin, it's really scary. But nobody in Berlin is doing that. Nobody compares Berlin to Dnipro. And this stereotype of anti-Semitic Ukraine is reproduced all the time. I am facing it all the time. And I have to explain myself that I am not one of them. So we're living in really crazy times. Let's not pretend they're not crazy. They're very crazy and very difficult and very dangerous. What's even more dangerous, dear colleagues, is, of course, you all probably read about it, how the so-called Greek communists attacked the memorialization ceremony of the Holodomor victims in Greece. It's actually amazing because, so decades were spent to prove that communist idea has nothing to do with Stalinist crimes. And now we have communists in Europe who proudly say, no, it's actually our crimes. It was not even a crime. It was all right. Stalinism was right. What's going on? We should finally ask ourselves seriously. And last but not least, because we have Bucha on the table as well, believe me, it's experience of my family. It's experience of people whom I'm talking every day. In Germany now, we have an incredible rise of anti-Ukrainian how to call it now? Okay, attacks. Sometimes it's only symbolical attacks on social media, everyday experience of our center, übrigens. Sometimes it's not just like symbolic. It could be very like, typical. It happened to me and my daughter recently on this train station. So, and again, that's not a topic. And the guy who said that we live in a Zeitenwende epoch is now talking that we should not help Ukraine at the cost of German pensioners. So let's be aware that like the time we are in, is really like challenging and difficult. And it's very much about violence again, about symbolical violence, but also physical violence. And it's not safe anymore to wear, Ukrainian flag on your, let's say, rucksack or whatsoever. I have also numerous stories about it. And it's not the topic in the media. There are other topics in the media, and we have new elections in February. So, as I said, dear colleagues, I'm afraid the topic of our conference is even more relevant and daring as it was when Igor and Hanya first approached me asking that how could we do it, in Germany and so on. So I wish all of us an interesting discussion, academic discussion, because I still believe that we need to remain academic and not to turn into politicians as we have them, in Germany or everywhere else. But being academic in this discussion, I would say we should not pretend that it's like a purely, let's say, abstract, metaphorical, whatever issues. It's very much the issues of life and death and survival of this part of the world. Thank you very much. And now I'm inviting here two colleagues of mine. So Svetlana, she is already introduced, so no need to do it again. And Irina. Please, you join me. We make a brief presentation of the project, and then we proceed. Yeah, please.
Доброго дня всім присутнім в залі і також тим, хто
Good morning, good afternoon to everyone present here and online. I think I will repeat what Andrei did, and I will also stand so that I can see everyone and everyone can see me. I will speak Ukrainian, and I hope everyone will be comfortable listening to me. So when preparing this speech for today, I wanted to add a piece of my personal story, because this project was being developed in my heart for a long time, maybe about 20 years. So there's a brief background. When I was 18 years old, I went to visit my grandmother in Russia. It was my first trip alone. I spent 2 weeks there. I visited a few families during this time. And then it was the time when Putin just came to power. It was 1 or 2 years after he was the president. And they all were watching the news. So TV set was on all the time in each house. And each piece of news program showed something about Ukraine. They showed about what's going on in Russia, in different regions of Russia, and they always included something happening in Ukraine. It was the first thing that I paid attention to. In those reports, Ukraine sounded like a part of Russia. It was the early 2000s. Another point that caught my attention was that all my family members who hadn't seen me for a long time, every time we just had a meal together, the first question they asked me was, why did Ukraine go apart? Why did your mother, who was born Russian, vote at the referendum to leave us? Why did you leave us? Why did you leave Russia? And I understood how painful it was for people if they asked me, an 18-year-old girl, so they couldn't put up with that issue. And that's when I heard from them that Crimea belongs to them, that Ukraine will want to come back, that you will ask us to take you back, You will be with us. And that's when I realized that they didn't put up with that. They didn't let us go. And that is when they started telling to me about Bandera. No one in Ukraine talked about Bandera then. But they started telling me that Bandera is the one who killed children. It was such a great shock for me. I came back and I asked my mom about that. And I told my mom that, Mom, I think there will be war and Russians will want to take us back because Russians can't put up with the fact that we're a separate country. And I was surprised to see that it was really painful to hear that from my mom. And she said just one thing to me: do you feel that too? And then she just got up and left the room. We never discussed that again, but I still remember that reaction of hers. And so even at that time, it was clear that the issue of war was just a matter of time. I tried not to think about it, but unfortunately, that's what we have. And so here is my speech. My grandmother, who is from Ukraine, used to say, I just want there to be no war. She was an Osterbiter. When she was 16 years old, she was taken away by Germans. She saw concentration camps. She saw dead people, dead bodies along the road, but she never wanted to talk about that again. And when I asked her something about that, she was crying and she never discussed that. And every time when she said, I just wish there not to be war, me as a little child, I thought, what is she saying? There's some nonsense. There's not going to be any war. After the Second World War, the world learned its lessons and the war will never come back again. But now we are in the middle of the war of Russia against Ukraine. Russia kills children every day. Could we foresee that and prevent that? Now it seems rhetorical, but there is the answer, which is if the evil is not punished, it remains, it develops, it ruins the safety of one person, then of many people, then of the whole country, and then the whole world system of security. The unpunished evil gives birth to the global evil. So now it's important to understand why this world made it possible to have this war. So we need to analyze the foundation, the soil for the Russianism. This war and mass murders that take place in Ukraine by Russians puts the issue of rethinking of those tragedies to the agenda. So we need to use those comparisons which seemed irrelevant to many. How can we say two words, Nazism and communism, in one sentence? Can we stop looking at the communism as something magical that has overcome something horrible, the Nazism? We should remember that these world paradigms of memorizing what happened in the 20th century don't work anymore. We need to create new narratives, new practices, and include the memory about the tragedies and deaths we have now. While the whole world and Ukraine repeated this word never again, Russia declared that we can do that again. And the Victory Day became the biggest state holiday for them. I know that for sure. And maybe somebody saw, there's a lot of pictures on the internet, how they decorate their cars like tanks, and they have those writings, we go to Berlin. So they have those flags, and that's how they celebrate that. Me millions of Russians are proud of that victory, and they support strongly Putin in this war. But why is it like that? It's so important for the whole world to commemorate those who died, but to Russians, it's the holiday that they want to repeat, and they do repeat it now towards Ukraine. Another personal story. One of my grandfathers lived in Russia, another my grandfather lived in Ukraine. They were both in war, and the first from Russia, he loved telling his children and grandchildren how he was crawling with his machine gun and showed how he killed Germans. He really loved telling those stories, and every time he had a drink, he showed that. Another, my grandfather from Ukraine, never said anything about the war. And so when we kids asked him to tell something about the war, he said, "You kids don't want to know about that." So it wasn't some heroic actions for him, although he had been at war since day one to the last day, and he even got some decorations for that. But to him, it was not a page of pride. It was something he wanted to forget and keep living. And this is this radical difference between Russians and Ukraine, and this is what we see now. I've been thinking about how relevant it is for Ukrainians now to analyze those crimes from the 20th century, when the aggressors are attacking our cities. But since the very beginning, many Ukrainians compared Putin with Hitler, calling him Putler.
And they even drew a message for Putin. And I can say that basically these two tyrants, they have normalized the evil, and basically the mainstream killing people. Stalin did the same. Stalin is a hero of Russians. He's even presented on icons. You can see it on the internet. Stalin, who ruined churches, he is on icons. Can you imagine that? The one who destroyed church. And I had a very big desire to look at communism, Nazism, and Rashism simultaneously, to analyze each of them in the context of the other two. But I didn't understand how to find approach to that. And when I was talking to historians, and they told me that this is a taboo topic, nobody is speaking about that within such a context. It's just not possible. But I wanted to do so. I felt such a big inclination to do so. And finally, I formed the idea for the project in September 2022 about Bykivnia, Bucha, Babyn, and when I saw the Izium tragedy depiction, and after the city was deoccupied, a new cemetery was found with more than 400 graves, which were fresh, and there were people of different age, and most victims showed signs of torture. They had their hands tied, they were killed. And so, as an inhabitant of Kiev city, I realized that our Kiev land have so many terrible memories about communism and Nazism and Russianism, and it's around the whole Ukraine. But even in the Kiev itself, there are 3 places of memory that still preserve these memories: Bykivnia, Bucha, Babyn, and still Bykivnia graves are not open to the full. And these people were buried in mass graves in Bykivnia. People were killed in prisons by NKVD, and now 20,000 people were verified, but basically we do not know the real numbers of people who were killed there. And of course, we all know about Babyn. And the third crime that I wanted to talk about, Bucha. All people learned about that after the occupation of Bucha region. Basically, it showed what Russia did and does to its victims, to prisoners after they take people into hostage. And I wanted to look into these regimes and to speak about these places of memories, to talk about these regimes, about their methods, their ideology, their anatomy, how they are acting, how they are killing, murdering people. And I wanted to present information and to show faces and names of victims of these regimes and to name the names of murderers, because all people who commit these crimes, they should know that their names will be known and these crimes will be revealed. And I would like to have an open dialogue about communism and Nazism and Russia, so that we can avoid such crimes in future, and also to look once again into the memory, and because historians know so many details about that. But during the Soviet times, the memories about these crimes were presented in a wrong way, and we faced with these different different changes. We saw that, and then we placed some information into the social networks about our project. We saw that more than 2 million people looked through our materials, and we received so many feedback from people, and so many people presented some myths about these places of memories, because people just repeat those myths that they heard from their childhood, from the Soviet times. And so it is very important to present facts, to present documents, to reveal the truth so that people understand what was really going on. Maybe the older generation does not agree with us, but we do hope that newer generations will find common ground with us and understand that. So we wanted to present information about this, each place of memory, about each regime, and to find some parallels. And we wanted to present realities about these different regimes, and they are the keys to understand the current day Russianism. For example, we now see in this slide communism, because previously we saw communism as someone who defeated Nazism. But on the other hand, we see that communism basically helped that the Nazi regime to kill so many people, because basically they presented information, more information about Jews. I'm using this and saying about this in my own words, but I know that historians very precisely can define these phenomena. And basically, it doesn't matter how big is the idea. Leaders of these regimes, they are not, all these ideas, they are not worth any people's life. And Nazism, communism, Rashism, they presented this one very big, bright idea, and in this way they justified massacres, manslaughter, and these ideas are not worth people's lives. And within this project, we have a very good team of historians who are the best professionals in these topics, and I'm very grateful for them. And I'm going to provide a link to the website Can you switch projector? I invite all of you to check on www.bbb.en.ua. You can see information in three languages: Ukrainian, German, and English. You can find three separate stories about Nazism, about communism, Bykivnia, Nazism, Babyn, and Rashism, Bucha. And we are presenting these stories, presenting places, methods, very specific stories in a very understandable language, in a very clear language. And people can find very important information, can find facts. We do not present any conclusions. People can make conclusions by seeing all these photos, all these facts. And those who are interested in dive deep into these topics, we can find some publications of, for example, Isla Rita by Partnov, by Podorsky, about Nazism, communism, Rashism. So I do invite you to look through this website. And on the next slide, you can also see our social network page. We are very active in social networks. We are presenting information in Ukraine, but are also presenting information in English and German. We try to present as much information as possible, and we invite you to look through this information. Now we are working on three short documentaries about these three places of memories, and these will be videos for around 30 minutes, and with subtitles in German and English. And we will present information about these places and regimes, and there will be presented interviews with the relatives of those who died in these places. And we are now working on some methodological material so the teacher can talk to children and present this information. And we are working with our colleagues, and we try to also run some focus groups to understand how to present this information to children so the children know about that. And this is very relevant, especially for children in Ukraine. Ukrainian children know so much about the war nowadays. They have relatives and or friends who died on the war. So it is very important to work this topic through with Ukrainian children. And in the end, I would also like to mention the words, to quote the words of Anton Drabovich, head of the Ukrainian Institute of National Memory, during the presentation of our project. Nazism and communism are not identical to Russianism. It's more complicated. And therefore, this project is extremely important for understanding how the ideas of these regimes were formed and put into practice, how the victim was humanized, but at the same time, how the executioners later lost their humanity, how evil was normalized and the killing of people was put on a regular basis. Therefore, these cases of Bykivnia, Babyn and Bucha are extremely important for understanding the anatomy of this evil. Therefore, I invite you to an open dialogue, not only about our past, but also about the present and about the future that we want to imagine and to create. Thank you for your attention.
Так, Ірино, без затримок даємо вам слово.
Irina, now we would like to give floor to you. Good morning. My name is Irina Ozarinska. I'm an artist from Odessa, and in 2014, since 2014, I've been living in Venice. Why I'm talking about that? Because I've joined this project. I've joined the project BBB by the silent book. I am presenting this book and drawing this book, and this is a book without words, and the plot is developed only through different impressions And now I will circulate the book, and you can join the process of presenting my book. And so a book presentation. Ukrainian land is very important for me as an immigrant. I will show you a small this original book will be 70 centimeters per 1 meter, and this is an object, and only 1/3 of this book is prepared, and we can just scroll through this book. This is the cover of this book. Let's just scroll through this book, but a little bit faster. This is the first page, and now you see this rhythm and mechanism of killing people. We do not know how many people were killed, and we see just these sounds, this mechanism. Now we see another picture of this plant. This is approaching to all these murders, manslaughters. Still, it's not personalized, but the tragedy is present: blood and land and soil. Next picture. And at some point, we are approaching to the tragedy, to these bullets, to the places where these bullets exploded. And so we see kind of getting closer to people who were killed. We see that it becomes closer and closer, and now we understand that the real people. And the next step, there are different people of different gender, men, women, children, and we present here how many people were buried in these places of memory. And next page. And now we see personalization of these pictures. All these pictures were drawn by Ukrainian soil, and these are specific people, real people from these places of tragedy. And now you can scroll a little bit faster so that we can see the biggest part of this book, 3 meters by meter 40 centimeters. And here you can see a family that was buried, who is a symbol of communism, Rashism, and fascism. And in each family, someone died due to these regimes, due to these tragedies.
This part of the book is finished already, and now there are 2 issues. There is this geographical triangle, and so the question is brings us to the culmination climax of the book. So what can we tell between these 3 tragedies? And so that leads us to the end of the book. But here we also have this question whether there is gonna be the end, or is it maybe endless and infinite, or is there this point of good that will overcome the evil? And so this is it. Okay, dear colleagues, so Irina's presentation is an example for everyone how to be punctual and speak strictly to the point. And now I think we maybe should change the tone. So Yuri, it's up to you. Will you be able to do that? Well, so just the 2 words. This is Professor Yuri Shapoval. We can name a lot of his titles, but I will be brief. I remember when I was at school, then even at the university in 90s, when it all just, this transformation just started, and we just started revealing different gaps and blind points, the information about those mass executions, the case of Grushevsky, they just started to appear. Yuri was one of those researchers in charge of that process of revelation of those unknown pages of history. And what matters is that not all historians managed to do that, but Yuri Shapoval managed to switch to this deep analysis of this culture and political history, and not only of 1920s, 30s, but also of the dissident movement of all the period of Soviet power in Ukraine and what that meant. That's why it's a great honor for us and great luck to have Yuri Ivanovich here. He will share his concerns, his thoughts about the nature of this communist regime, of what it means. So let us listen to him attentively, and later we will have the question. So Yuri, the floor is yours. So you may stand, but please use the microphone.
Najpierw dziękuję bardzo za zaproszenie, za możliwość wygłoszenia
referatu. So first of all, thank you so much for this speech, for letting me speak.
Mit dem Pilecki-Institut und dem
And now the speaker speaks German, which the interpreter doesn't speak.
Zusammenzuarbeiten. Und jetzt werde ich auf Ukrainisch fortfahren. Danke. Спочатку я хотів
So let me start with speaking about, so at first I wanted to speak about communism as the object of civil political nature in Ukraine, but then I got a call from my colleague, Roman, who asked me to tell you about whether we can compare Nazism and communism. So I decided to change the topic of my speech in light of this complicated matter. Professor Yakubova will tell more about Nazism. And the ideas of social justice and democracy overcoming the barriers on the road there, they have been subject of discussion, they are, and they will be subject of discussion in the world. And here, let me remind you the words of Georges Clemenceau, who once said that the one who was not socialist in when young, at the end will be, when he will be old, will be a very mean person. So here we start with talking about the idea of social justice. Svetlana mentioned a bit of it. So when we analyze the sources of interest to that, we should always remember this blindfoldness and this excitement of those that has been propagated by foundators of that doctrine. We should remember Karl Marx, but also Thomas More with his Utopia. Milan Kundera once wrote that communist regimes in Central Europe were not founded by criminals. They were founded by enthusiasts, romantics, who were sure that they opened the door, they discovered the road to the heaven. But later on, it turned out that there is no heaven. So those enthusiasts turned out to be murderers. What's interesting that leaders of German National Socialists rejected any similarity to communists. So here we should remember Joseph Goebbels, who said that Nazism is the protection of European culture, while communism wants to ruin national traditions and capture them for global power. You know that Nazism was based on race theory of the Aryan supremacy. And while Goebbels said that communism is the tool of Jewish conspiracy aimed at weakening of nations. And he very often mentioned the theory of Jewish Bolshevism, trying to describe communism as the system created by Jews to undermine the power of Europe and Germany. So this propaganda was one of the ideological reasoning for Nazist aggression against Soviet Union. And finally, Goebbels looked at the economic equality as the destroyal of impetus to work, and he said that social Darwinist values of Nazism provide the time when strong personalities will dominate. So while Bolshevism sorted people based on class, where they believed that proletariat was part of the progressive part of the people. But we should mention that unlike Nazists, Bolsheviks managed to conceal the essence of the regime more efficiently than the Nazists. There is no mic, so the translator cannot hear. Phone.
Раз, два, раз, два.
А так?
Yes, there is sound now.
Цю складність повною мірою відобразив
And so this complication has been described in his book, The Past of One Illusion by François Furet. His discussions with the German historian Ernst Nolte highlighted the feasibility of analysis of joint common ideological elements and differences between Nazism and communism. However, those debates were criticized for the risk of relativization. Furet's book was the research of the history and of illusion of the myth of communism. The detailed analysis of relationships between the communism and Nazis takes a bigger part of the book, and it's not limited with just underlying or highlighting the common signs of the Soviet Union and the Third Reich. Furet shows what an important part the anti-fascism played in increase of attractiveness of communistic ideas. Because within this struggle against the fascism, communists were on one side with liberal Democrats, while the Soviet Union was perceived as the different, specific, but still the democracy. In anti-fascist narration, the comparison between the Stalinism and Hitlerism was taboo, and anti-communism was equal with the pro-fascist position. This common euphoria as a result of victory of anti-fascist coalitions, which concluded communist parts, the Soviet aid to Spanish Republicans in the fight against Franco. They all averted the attention from the terror in Stalinist country. And right after the Second World War, the sympathy, the empathy to the Soviet Union as the main victor of the fascism was at the highest level. And just this Khrushchev's speech at the 20th convocation of the Communist Party became the beginning of the end of the Communist Party. So Furet asks in his book, if Stalin has committed so many crimes, can we believe his successors? And other words that I love to quote are said by Roger Gardy. He's the former French communist. You know him. Then he became the European communist. So he wrote in his diary his impressions after the Khrushchev's speech. If all of that is lies, it's horrible. But if it's true, it's a huge tragedy. And so both Furet and Roger Gardy were ones of those people who got disappointed in the communism. So after the beginning of the de-Stalinization, the socialistic camp collapsed, and neither communist movement reached the same level as the Soviet Union in the second quarter of 20th century. Now, please pay attention at the Ukrainian authors. First of all, let's start with the Ukrainian academician, Miroslav Popovich. He was a friend of mine, and he was a very extraordinary, very interesting person. He spoke French brilliantly. He knew French history very well, and so he wrote this manuscript called The Red Century, where he analyzes the nature of totalitarianism of 20th century, determining, well, he was asking, researching whether we can compare those two systems. So he mentioned that both systems have something in common, such as totalitarian control, repressions, ideological manipulation, striving to create the new person and new society. In Popovich's opinion, the similarity was the creation of the totally controlled country. Nazis suggested some messiah goals. They wanted to have this clean race and new order in the world, while communism wanted to create this society without classes, and both systems promised to have a new epoch that would justify their methods.
Basically, they were trying to fight against all forms of disagreement. Nazis were persecuting their opponents through concentration camps, and in the Soviet Russia, it was through gulag camps. And Popov at the same time said, yes, that's true, but although communism and Nazism have some similarities by using totalitarian methods, basically the fundamentals of these regimes are different. Nazism, according to him, is an anti-humane ideology, but communism, although practically was functioning through very violent methods, was based on the idea of equality, social equality. There is yet another author, Tony Glad, British-American historian who has already passed away, unfortunately, and he wrote a book about history of Europe after the Second World War. And he also analyzes these totalitarian regimes, and Judd mentions that there is a similarity in Nazism and communism, in the way of oppression, in the way of combating different aspects of people's lives. And Judd also presents a very important idea in his book. He said they were trying to actively change and create history and change alternative reality, which was very helpful to these regimes and useful to these regimes. They were changing facts in order to justify their policy and also blackmail their opponents. And he thought that these regimes were similar due to disrespect to people's life and readiness to have a lot of victims, human victims. And he also mentioned that these ideologies left very deep wounds on the hearts of Europeans. And I also met once a very good historian, French politologist, Professor Besançon. And this year he published, his book was published with a small article from me. Besançon is famous for his criticism of totalitarian ideologies. First of all, this is his book, Evil of the Century. And this is a wonderful work. And he was trying to describe similarities about Nazism and communism on the basis of their totalitarian nature. But Besançon did something very interesting. In this book, he says, okay, communists were presenting their idea of just, but they were trying to exchange and to hide their ideas. Nazis were trying to justify their right by some racist purity, while communists wanted to present some social equality as a basis for their rights, but they were basically presenting pseudoscience, and they were trying to justify history and society, and they were trying to justify basically state terrorism against people. And Besançon says that Nazism and communism, these are two faces of evil. And at the same time, he saw a difference between these regimes. Communism idea of just society is perceived as something more just and something more is something better comparing to Nazism, and therefore this communism was perceived as something acceptable in some countries, and but Nazism have never been supported after the Second World War. When I was preparing to this presentation, I decided to look into some scientific publications, but I also found some witnesses, some testimonies of people who lived through very difficult times of these totalitarian regimes. And first of all, I decided to look into the testimonies of Martha Neuer. This is a very interesting person. She was an activist of a communist German party, and she became a victim of Stalin Chistki. She was deported to Gulag, but then a Ribbentrop-Molotov pact was concluded, and Nazis and communists started making friends, and therefore from Gulag camps she was brought to Nazis' arms and Nazis camps. And so Margaret is among these people. She went to Ravensbrück. She has a very difficult biography. You can read it yourself, but she survived and she wrote a book. And as far as I remember, this book is called Under One Bondage, something like that. And this book gives us opportunity to see parallels between these totalitarian regimes and Babyn Neumar, who survived all these camps. She shows some similar methods and similar ways of these totalitarian regimes. But what is very important, she presented as a witness, and she said how these regimes were interlinked, how they were cross-linked. And Margaret Babyn Neumar, she received what she wanted. Emil Karlebach wrote an article about her, and it was said that she was not telling truth. And she was very offended, and she filed a lawsuit case. And recently I read in a newspaper that was denied site. That was published by the US funds. And what I found out is that she basically won this lawsuit case, and we can find some parallels. And basically, it was found out, and basically what was stated that yes, we can see parallels between these two regimes. And it was a very important confirmation that Europe was trying to rethink the heritage of these totalitarian regimes. And I can also mention another person, Arthur Gessler. This is one of my favorite persons from these times, a journalist and political thinker. I think that you know his book, Darkness at Midday. And Kessler was in Ukraine. He lived in Ukraine, in Central Asia, and during the hunger of 30s, he published very interesting testimonies, and he published a very important work that was not translated into Ukrainian, but it's called Yok and Commissar. And he wrote two essays, and then he published a book, a set of his essays. And Yok was a person who was trying to self-perfect himself, and Commissar was a person who told that if we have to kill 1 million people to make a better society, we can do that. It was a very brutal picture, but we can present it like that. And Kessler was a member of Communist Party. He was disappointed by a great terror. Then he broke up with communism. And Kessler basically saw such similarities as control over society in both regimes. He also highlighted the ability of totalitarian regimes to brainwash people, and also a cult of personality. And he shows parallels between the right-wing totalitarian system and left-wing totalitarian communist regime. And he shows that all these two systems are basically destroying personal freedom and persecute people. And he criticizes communism not by opposing some good social equality ideas. He's not against them, but he says that he opposes to the degradation of the ideas into totalitarian reality. And therefore, Kessler sees Nazism and communism as different ways of totalitarian thinking that limit people's freedom due to some utopic ideas. And I would like to mention another author, Piotr Rovich. Maybe you don't know this person, but this is a person who was very close friend of a famous historian, Ivan Lazakrudnitsky. They both studied in Lviv University, and Rovich presented very interesting thoughts about the nature of evil. And he was speaking not only about Nazism and Soviet regimes. Piotr Rovich, I forgot to mention, he wrote a book that is the 12th best book or something like that. And this is one of the fundamental books to understand Holocaust. It's a very important book, but unfortunately it was not translated into Ukrainian. And although Nazism and communism have different ideologies, still he has similarities that they can justify any brutal methods. And he strengthens that both these regimes see people, see human beings as some consumables to achieve their goals. And so he criticizes these two regimes, and he tries to remember that it doesn't matter what ideology is presented, but it can all bring us to dehumanization of absurd and dehumanization of sufferings. And I would like to mention another author. I like to reread his works, and I would like to recall you about a Polish poet, translator, Czesław Miłosz, and his ideas are presented in his classical work, Slave's Mind, and there are different thoughts about communist regime, and Miłosz sees the similarity by concentrating on some similar features, and he shows that people are depersonalized. And to all the components that I already mentioned, Miłosz adds a system of gossiping, a system of blackmailing, and he shows that basically it was due to this, society was rotten from inside. And there is another feature that he mentions, and it is presented very clearly in his book Enslaved Mind, that totalitarian regimes made people to serve ideology. Intellectuals had to serve ideology. And he mentions Hetman, he mentions. So he shows that real thoughts are hidden under the mask, and we see this phenomena in Russia nowadays. And this concept was borrowed by Miłosz from Persian culture, and it's basically he was basically speaking about hypocrisy, religious hypocrisy, and social hypocrisy to survive through these regimes. Basically, people were hiding their real thoughts. He criticized Western ideologies who were presenting a Soviet regime as something good, and basically he mentioned that the danger of totalitarian regime is that they can control not only bodies but also minds. I mentioned a few publications, and it seems to me that it is enough to make the first conclusion on the basis of my speech. There are all the grounds not to be afraid, that justify that we should not be afraid talking about some similarities between communism and Nazism. And I decided to use the idea of one researcher that you know for sure. This is an American historian, very famous one.
So she is one of the key researchers of Stalinism. Her works, manuscripts have been very famous. And so I met her last year in Melbourne, and we had really long discussions of such discussions. And so for Sheila Fitzpatrick, the similarity of those two regimes was in the methods of totalitarian controls, but she sees difference in ideological aspects. Besides, she is famous for her critical approach to comparisons. She doesn't like such direct comparisons. She believes that many scholars overstate this similarity, ignoring the differences between those systems. She highlights that the attempts to compare those systems sometimes get political and are not always based on historical facts. And so when there was the Black Book of Communism published in France, edited by Stéphane Courtois, Nicolas Vert, famous French historian, said the more we search for common signs, the more we lose the differences. And so this is what Sheila Fitzpatrick uses. And so I will add that this is true in different countries. They use those parallels of those two systems for reaching some political goals. For example, in post-Soviet countries, the comparison is often used to judge the Soviet regimes, but in Western countries, then can focus on the uniqueness of Nazi crimes. And I would like to show in my speech that those finding parallels between those two regimes is not easy due to some ideological, methodological differences, and also due to the contextualization of those ideologies. However, realizing that there are different great foundation for other academic and historical picture. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much, Professor. Please stay so that our panel looks really fancy. So, dear colleagues, now let us give the floor to Larisa Yakubova, who doesn't need any introductions presentation as well, but let me just say a few words. Professor works in the institute that we all love, the Institute of the History of Ukraine of the National Academy of Sciences, and Madam Professor is the head of the department of this institute, the author of a few books that I advise my students to read. I read them. Those are the books on some matters, issues that are really important now, and these are not the abstract notions anymore. The Ruski Mir, the Rashism, and everything that is related to that. That's why I'm also very interested in what we're gonna hear. So, Madam Professor, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for this introduction. Thank you for the attention. Thank you for giving me the occasion to speak on this very relevant challenge. Thank you, Yuri. After your brilliant speech, it will be easier for me to refer to some issues that I'd like to mention. So while sitting here, I was thinking that, well, we have this fourth B here, and the fourth B will stand for Berlin. And I think that this is quite symbolic today in terms of my wish to tell you. I don't know if you know that, but Berlin is present on the mental map of Russism, and it's one of the key points of this memory. And that's where I'd like to highlight that it doesn't indicate anything good. Another point is that people often don't realize that these mental pictures of memory in different countries are very different. Here in Berlin, when you come from your reality with everyday shelling, every night shelling, and this process that never ends, which is combined with the power cuts, and so when you lose this notion of night and day, and I'm sorry that my presentation doesn't look perfect because for the past months, weeks, they leave much to be desired. And so that's why the presentation sometimes have the reference to some Russian language sources, so I didn't want to spend too much time on translation because, you know, those things, they are also are not mentally or moodily not relevant now. I would also like to say that this situation is not new to me, that the world, while being here for 3 years, has distanced itself from what's happening. Basically, it's been 10 years, but 3 years are when we're close to that. And so this situation seems suicidal. So since I'm always in touch with what's happening in the academic world, and I know about ideological, mental, psychological, methodological arrangement of all that, I can say that there's quite promising that we have this speed up of this process of thinking that maybe it's relevant to me. I only see that when there is the intercontinental missile hit this place of anti-Semitic memory. So when Putin mentioned that there's been some military object, but in fact, this is the city that has one of the biggest Jewish communities in Ukraine. And so for all these 30 years, the city appeared at the epicenter of this Jewish community under attack now. That's why, so this is the speed up that I've been witnessing for the past few weeks, especially, more specifically, past 3 days. So you should either open the sky for Russia, otherwise the next launch of this intercontinental missile can split the world. And so we have this feeling that you have when sitting in the basement waiting for this missile to come, realizing that then this watch, this clock of the world history will give you just a few seconds or hours or years of life, or maybe you'll be lucky to survive till this mature age when you'll be able to say, I knew it was supposed to happen. So that's why it gives me some hope that the world is speeding up in its understanding of what Russianism is. I think that in most people involved in this discussion have they started to figure something out, that something is wrong, and that during these 3 years they don't fit in and something's going on. So my speech will be based on these 3 basic issues. What's going on in this discourse? I'm not taking propagandists from these 2 or maybe 3 camps, 3 sides. I'm talking about the more or less aware people involved in discussion. The second issue, what should we do about that? Because you see, this public discourse is, well, it's very good when nothing threatens our life. Then we can say anything with any words. We can refer to any emotions. So we can say that well, this is the way I see it. But it all changes when the thought of this person, when your life, on the life of your family, depends on the thought of that person who just thinks that way. When you understand that everything you have, your home, your life depends on that. it's similar like to our family members that are left without anything, or there's a chance you will just live to the old age and you will die peacefully, and unlike dying in your bed from the Russian missiles. And so it's so good to die in your warm bed, surrounded by your family, people you love, when you're blissfully old. So there are the challenges of the public discussion. I thought that the world would come back to some serious discussions, but after listening to the speech of Elizabeth Truss, whom we all remember as one of the shortest serving prime ministers of the UK, well, at that time, she was one of the best public figures that we could have listened to. So let me just remind you her central point, that this geopolicy returns, and that was when we could could think that people have realized they will start remembering, thinking, comparing, and not doing that on the surface, especially given that this intellectual tradition in research, in description of totalitarian experiences is one of the biggest intellectual platforms that you can get to, and you can see, can check different sciences, sociology, politology, history, of course, that have described totalitarianism in different countries, including Germany, Poland, and it seemed that the world must have been prepared for the discussion, but since that, just the only thought I can remember of is what George Soros said in Davos, when he said that intrusion of Russian might be the beginning of the Third World War and our civilization might not survive it. And the best and probably the only way to preserve our civilization is to win Putin as soon as possible. To me, this thought was just the brightest, and I think that this chance to stop this disaster that Europe faces, which Europe should do after the intercontinental missile hit Ukraine. Europe should understand that the next time when Putin asks or warns the United States of having the test of the next intercontinental missile, they wouldn't just record it according to their protocol and just close their embassy. But well, my personal experience of researching the Rashism lets me believe that the next test can involve not only Ukraine and not only with some empty missiles, and turning off the air missile defense would make no sense and be unreasonable.
I would like to spend my years of life to show the difference between Russianism and communism. So, but this person cannot understand the thoughts of 40 millions of Ukrainians who do not want to go back to the skins of their fathers and grandfathers. A lot of us made their choice not only just to leave, but our choice is to not go back to where we were. And we do not want to experience on our skin that was not a good place to live. I will also quote a lot of different words of political activists activists, political technologists who spent 2022 to present to their societies what we are facing now. From 2014 up to 2022, the world has exhausted all their ways to make Ukraine sit at the negotiation table and to discuss and say that Ukraine has nothing to say in this conflict. And very serious men and women are basically convinced that this is your fate, to be divided into three parts and to be a territory of terror. And they basically told to Ukraine that you can do nothing without that, nothing about that. Basically, these are the words by Putin. Whether you like it or not, just live through that. And this is a quotation from March 2022, when we were in shelters in Kiev, and the world was trying to present their understanding, where it was fascism or no. And Mr. Yuri basically has fallen into this trap, and a lot of people who had very serious diplomas, and they consulted their governments, and these governments were telling that no, this is not fascism, this is not Nazism, these are different things, different nature, and but basically we can say that Russianism is much worse, and we had to work with that. Even at that time, we had to keep working on that. We had to begin our policy, and nowadays Berlin is not a fourth battle, but this is what has long time ago was drawn on the maps of Russians. On to Berlin. On to Berlin, this is quite a thought of Russians. And Oreshniks can achieve Berlin. But okay, let's go on. You understand that there were so many quotations during these years of war. These are 10,000 quotations, and we can make a system out of these quotations. All commentators, they are working for some special political forces. Of course, it's not a secret for any one of you. And these are the words, these are not the words of these people, but these are the words of political force that they are serving. And so a specific part of that is Russian public discourse, public discussion, and we shouldn't divide it into anti-Putin or pro-Putin. I think that if you are interested about this process, you should understand that anti-Putin, or let's say opposition, is the same as pro-Putin approach, but from a different angle. So, having a lot of interpretations, still we can say that there is only one interpretation and one statement, that Russianism is not a fascism, and it's very offending to Russia, and we should not offend Russians, those good Russians, and we shouldn't say bad words about good Russians. But I propose to use this term Russianism as a very broad notion, and in this way we can describe the people who have Russianism approach. I am not calling you to hate all Russians. No, but I call to look very precisely at those who create not only this ideology, but we are living in postmodernism, and we do not need ideology anymore. But there are different paradigms. What differs a Russian from a good Russian? They are carriers of paradigm in which Russia is a state, a country, which is the highest embodiment of civilized sense, where extraordinary people are living. And so these people can go not only onto Berlin, but all other nations can be buried by nuclear ashes. And all other people are not just needed, they are not necessary, because not Russians do not have a right to live in this wonderful world, because they are not the carriers of their wonderful big Russian culture with the wonderful Russian language. And it is worth killing all other people who are not Russians by Oreshnik, by Topol, and whatever other missiles. They have the right to do so because they can repeat these things, because they have a higher culture among all other cultures in the world. And God is with them. The truth is with them. Truth is on their side. And we can ask, where is the truth? Where is God? But the difference is
в їхньому світі, альтернативному світі, і тут згадаємо знову те, про що казав Юрій Іванович, тоталітаризми подібні не ідеологіями, не прикметами між там побутуванням, не інструментами політичними чи чимось решта. Це форма існування певного етнокультурного організму тут і зараз, який виокремлює себе з світу, робить себе святим з того чи того погляду, без різниці. Він оголошує себе месією нового майбутнього світу, і без різниці, чи то комуністичний рай, чи нацистський рай, чи
communist realists, Nazi realists, or Russian realists, so that there will be one endless Russia for the whole world. But the problem is that this new messianic process, project, which is wrapped in some ideological paper, it brings new standards of people's existence, totalitarian existence. And what are the differences of that? What are the features of that? We are going to speak a little bit later. And so I propose to look through these quotations. Yes, everyone basically called to Europe during the spring 2022. Don't be afraid. This is not a fascism. Just be calm, stay calm, live your happy lives. These are not fascists. We are going to present you different elements. This is cargo fascism, schizophrenicism, not a modernized fascism, polygenetic form of ultranationalism. Ukrainians were, of course, all Nazis, and they can be destroyed. But Russia, no, it's very offending to Russians. Well, Ukrainians are just simple people, simple boys, but Russians, we cannot offend them because they have Topol and Oreshnik. And that is the reason why we cannot offend them. And this evolution, I wanted to show you this face, self-loved face. Why? Because he had so many quotations, and basically his quotations were served to everyone. Basically, his quotations were quoted in all the media, Kirill Martynov. And if you look through Wikipedia, they are all political technologists, consultants, counselors, writers of essays, and so on. And this is very dangerous when the world and political forces who exist in this world, they consult only essay writers.
Нікого не спитали, окрім есеїстів. Більше того,
Only essay writers were asked some questions, and academic environment didn't have access to consult political forces when the world was on the edge. And so this handsome man was explaining that Russianism is not fascism and just take some, but he explained that this is a kind of linguistic problem. Yes, we have in Russian language that we call all bad people fascists. This is just our bad language. But I'm sorry, where is your wonderful Russian bad words that are so well known in the world? And so it was a pacifying appeal by Kremlin that was basically a tranquilizer to all of us. Just don't be afraid, laugh us. We are all good people. We just call bad people faces. It's just our normal language. And this, okay. And by the way, experts that were consulted.
Щоб ви зрозуміли,
for you to understand, you can open up websites of these famous consultants and you can find the sources of their scientific publications. Basically, they are from Barnaul and Kazakhstan and from somewhere else. And now they are in the US. So you should understand that they are Russians. And if for more than 10 years you've been presented with information, stay calm, there is nothing wrong, and you have nothing to be afraid of. If you speak about Russia, just stay calm. Then you should understand that you are under influence of Russian propaganda. But you see that there is a red line to Russianism. And that it was very important not to mention fascism in all the discussions, because those we call fascists, we cannot talk to them. And then they say, what about business? Business as usual, business with Russia. It will enable us carrying out business with Russia. Then we shouldn't mention the word Russianism. We are talking about Russianism. It's something else. Russian is something different. Yet another expert, a good, well-respected person. But this is his quotation. He mentions Bayraktars and different aspects, and still people are consulting the approaches, political approaches with him. But if he was the US government consultant, we would have even a war situation. Coming up this public discussion, I basically avoided all other players. But of course, you understand there are a lot more of them, because of course we will not mention Russian team here, because in this case you would have a heart attack right away.
So, what's my point? the discussion of the previous 3 years public discussion didn't bring any positive results because either before the test of this intercontinental missile in Dnieper, nothing happened, no discussion made sense. So even now when somebody calls me, invites me to some online discussion, they don't want to repeat it because nobody wants to hear what scares them and doesn't let them operate. Everyone wants to go to bed peacefully without thinking about whether tomorrow is gonna come or not, and when is it gonna come, where is it gonna come, because so it's not pleasant to hear about something scary. And I can say that we have the rescue only in this academic field. This is one of our intellectualists and psychologists, and I'm showing him, it's Oleg Pokalchuk, not only to show you that I'm such an intelligent person, but just to show you that you as a community of people should know what the world can bring you, because we need to be prepared here and now. Ukrainians were much more prepared than you are in 2022 when they faced this full wide-scale invasion and everyday challenge, because we had 8 years of war before that. You are not protected even emotionally, psychologically. So I encourage all of you to get prepared. So why was he saying that? The first problem that we face when starting to think of what Russianism is and why nobody other than us Ukrainians can see it, because we just regular people called them Russians on the first days of full-scale war. So they regular people managed to put the diagnosis on them. So we still have this clear vision of who they are, and so people use their functional abilities to see who they deal with. And the main problem why the world doesn't see it is that all those years they studied Eastern Ukraine through the Kremlin, so through the books written by Russian proxies, by Russian researchers, Russian publicist figures, Russian literature critics, Russian authors, and in Russian language. So to them, Ukraine doesn't exist. So it's all the country that doesn't exist, the nation that doesn't exist. So these are the worlds beyond their anti-civilization. So the West studied all that through that anti-civilization. That's why the world turned out not prepared, because they didn't have the way to see this source of information. I hope that it's not too late for you to read Ukrainian sources in Ukrainian language. We didn't have time or finance or people to translate them for you, but those Ukrainian sources, academic, scientific literature exists. I am sorry for not having time, money, or people to translate it, but we have made this. You can take it and use it. Another point, methodology. That's what Europe forgot about, and I'm sorry, that's really important. Don't let Russians overspeak you and divert your attention. They want to take you to hell. Don't follow them. You cannot study those phenomena by splitting them into different elements. They do not give you the vision. They give you the broken mirror instead of the whole. They suggest that you split the racism by fragments: the government, the institutions, culture, policy, science, power, Kremlin, people who are always separate, who are always miserable. No, we live in the neo-totalitarian reality. Besides, it's you, Europe, who gave the world the totalitarian studies. These are your academicians who developed this and who processed this methodology. Just don't recite this methodology by heart as a poem. Use it as academicians. This is a tool. This is not a poem. So do not just recite it by heart, because all the Russians do are reciting their fake lying books of the previous years. They can't do anything. They don't know what to do. They get paid for telling you, for faking the science, for telling you, giving you the illusions, just as the illusion is the magician whose goal is to divert your attention and to bring you nowhere. So you should understand what it's about. The illusion of communism, the illusion of Nazism are always the road, the way to the concentration camp, no matter what the ideology of that camp is. So here you have 4 rooms, 4 books in Russian where the phenomenon of Rashism has been researched and studied. So this the third one is in publicly accessible, and I beg you to spend some time on getting to know. This is the protocol of survival, and it's totally unemotional. This is a merely academic research so that you understand the whole of the Rashism. Now Rashism, well, it's totally developed now. We had the chance to stop it, but although the Putin's idea was not to capture the whole of Ukraine, but his main task was completed, and that was bringing Russia to the totalitarianism, to new totalitarian regime system that is operating based on other totally different principles. So don't measure it by your rulers. So all you have to understand about them is that they have re-articulated their missionary task. And so while the first form was communism, they wanted to destroy Jewish communism. Nazism wanted to destroy Jews and communists. I want you to understand that the idea of Russians is to destroy all Europeans or Euro-Atlantists. All of them, not only the Ukrainians as the newly found enemy. All of you, all Europeans, because you are their target number 1. and setting this new neo-totalitarian empire where only Russians will live, which is the carriers of this Russian Nazism. And you still have chance while Ukraine is fighting. So here, although we might think that all this took place due to the criminal inactivity of the world community, especially after 1991, when no one wanted to have at least the academic deconstruction of the totalitarian red narration to call criminals criminals, and instead of just pretending that everything's over. So this is the end of story. So that's why we have this history, for you to understand. The world community, this history will not let the world community go until the Russian civilization or anti-civilization exists. It's not just my idea. That's how it all works. The elite of the world let Russians become the new totalitarian regime. And now, you know, the enemy number one. Even now, if you make Ukraine and Russia make peace, this story will remind us of itself. To prevent that, or for Ukraine to turn to the condition of the eternal fight and war, I don't know whether Russia will exist or not. So here you have those problems, those ideas of Russia to divert attention of the world community and to focus on a lot of those surface issues that they just give you so that you don't know what to focus on. So that's what we will remember and say about this war, either during the war, which is most probable, or after the war. To me, the main idea is the thought of our head of the Institute of National Memory, a very wise philosopher. And so he says the memory should be the field for justice. We don't need to forget anything. We should reenact the memory in full. There is nothing should operate based on the principle let's just have business. Those people should be called criminals against humanity, and only after that the business people should think whether they can have business with them. This is the same conceptual framework. So you all have to get back to the basic principles of science.
And we should replace it by postmodern or modern, by the things that we would like to hear. Empiric things, facts. Don't let yourself be convinced by some other ideas when during 1 month it is told to you that this is the sun, and then it's not. Just all facts. And Moscow decolonized your memory about the Second World War, about local Nazism. And it's too late to be ashamed of that. We should just accept it as a fact about our past and just realize that never again but do not do it at the cost of Ukraine, but at the expense of Ukraine, because Ukraine is just the same survivor of Nazism and communism as you are, but just use your brains. Then the next step, decolonization. You should understand that former communism, as was mentioned by Yuri Ivanovich, if it is true, then it's just terrible, and it is true, and it is terrible. So just say that even if a tribunal didn't do that, just do it right now. Do not wait until it will be presented to you as a stated fact. Before you are not in a totalitarian regime, while you have your own will, make the right choice for yourself and realize these were terrible things in different forms, and these are previous horrors. And if we do not diagnose these things as some new form of the things that we have survived before, it will be presented to us as a way of form of your and our existence. From Lisbon to Vladivostok, they wanted to have this ideology. Yes, from Lisbon, not from Kramatorsk, not from Kramatorsk, but from Lisbon. The Rashism is so important. Every day, 24 hours per 24/7, we have to speak about that. We cannot run this international tribunal right now. We will need tens of years for that. But we have to do everything we can to stop this new form of totalitarianism. And this is our common future task. If you want to live not the way we are living, not not in the regime when we are not in the mode when we are just checking whether missiles are attacking us or no, whether air raid siren is on or off. And this is not our task. This is a task of the whole European civilization. I have mentioned it many times. I do hope that this process is going to speed up, either due to this platform or due to these intercontinental tests. Just be more active. You can still save this world.
Так, дуже дякую, пані Ларисо. Значить,
Thank you so much, Ms. Larissa. I have an announcement.
I'll say it in English. So because we kind of a little bit out of time, yeah, and actually, frankly speaking, that's the reason why usually I am not moderating anything anymore. I've stopped being moderator. So I made a great exception for Igor, believe me. It's once for a year. Usually I'm just going talks or comments or reviews. So I seriously, never invite me to be a moderator again. I'm not joking. I'm very serious now. So the plan is like that. We'll listen now to a colleague from Kyiv. Actually, it fits very well because I've just seen Anton Drobovich, the director of the Institute of National Remembrance. And now we'll listen to a person, as far as I understood, who works there. Her name is Tatiana Sheptitska. I don't know how it will function technically. Let's hope it will function. Now, after that, there will be still a break because, you know, conferences needs breaks. When I'm doing a conference, I'm doing a lot of more breaks than actually talks because we need informal communication. So let's talk, you know, inside. So, but it will be like after the talk by Tatiana. And then we'll continue, as it is said here, we'll have mostly online presentations. And then, dear colleagues, afterwards, so in the very end, there will be kind of an open discussion where you could come back to Yuri, to Marisa, to someone else maybe. So, щоб не витрачати більше часу, пані Тетяно, я сподіваюся, що вас
not to waste time, I do hope, Ms. Tatiana, that you can hear us. Yes, I can hear you. And can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you.
Ваше слово, да, можете справді
So,
слухати звідти.
the floor is yours.
Все, ми дуже раді, що ви змогли долучитися.
I'm very glad that you could join us, and we are listening to you. very attentively, and after that we are going to have a break. So let's go. I would like to welcome all the participants of today's meeting, and to make a speech after such powerful speakers as Mr. Yuri, Ms. Larissa, it will not be an easy task, but still I will try, and I'm very sorry that I will be speaking instead of Roman Kostur. He got sick, and he asked me to make a speech on the topic he would like to talk, and I do that. At least I will present some basic notions, basic terms in which we have our similar vision. Still, it will be my vision of this topic, so maybe he would present some other examples, but I think that will be according to our mutual vision of unpunished crimes of communist regimes and how they are perceived in Europe. So while no missiles are on our heaven, on our sky, I can speak to you normally. Our dear speakers presented very important topics, and these topics were highlighted by this current Russia war against Ukraine. These things were existing before. We understood them, we saw them, but this aggression allowed us to start speaking about that again and to start mentioning that there are crimes, communist crimes, that were not punished. And this communist regime for 70 years of its existence was involved in different terrible scale crimes, such as Holodomor in the 30s, which we commemorated on Saturday, and some other artificial famine, for example, from 1947, 1946, and my mom was a personal witness to this famine, concentration camps, work camps, and so on. And so, after the collapse of the USSR, we saw very interesting tendencies. In Ukraine, there was quite a request from people and consensus to speak about these crimes of communist regime, and so that we not only speak about it sincerely, but so that we will conduct some symbolic, legal, some different formats of presenting these crimes to the world, so that there will be some legal persecutions against Communist Party. Without such symbolic persecution, Ukrainian society could not see full-scale purification from all these communist dirties. And on that stage, except for this social consensus within Ukraine, we saw similar tendencies in the Baltic states, in Georgia, and we heard that it was mentioned quite loudly that we have only not to rethink communism, but we also have to collect facts and find them archive materials and to collect some witnesses. And so we were heading in this direction. And I would like to add that in Ukraine, due to some different objective and subjective factors, we did not have Nuremberg II, and Ukrainians did not work this topic out very actively. And so we were trying to preserve historical memory. Different institutions were working on that. For example, we were trying to preserve the memory about Bykivnia, about some other mass graves and manslaughters. But in 1996, in Ukraine, there was even created a special committee, International Court Committee, to persecute the crimes of totalitarian regimes. It was supported by part of Ukrainian parliament, and an official parliament group was created, and the head of this group. But on the other hand, we witnessed some other parallel processes in Russia. They were the opposite processes, and not only the Russian Federation basically declared itself a successor of the USSR, but they were also trying to reinvent and to represent Stalinism, and they were trying to strengthen Soviet myths about Ukrainians, for example. And during the last 20 years of Putin regime in Russia, more than 100 monuments to Stalin were erected. And we can look through all these statistics in Lipetsk, in Arkhangelsk, in Novosibirsk, and even in the center of Moscow. They reopened the monument to Stalin. And for us in Ukraine, it had always been quite interesting to see why Europeans ignore this bringing Stalinism back, why they do not notice these things, why Russians are trying to somehow bring back to life these anti-Ukrainian different strange ideologies. And even during the third year of full-scale invasion, we have some very similar examples. And although I'm not a gamer, but still I'm following the news. And there is now a new game, Stalker 2, and Ukrainians developed this game. And my husband is a part of one battalion, which is mentioned in this game. And one of journalists, one of researchers from Britain said that Ukrainian, he blamed Ukrainian for nationalism because in Ukraine, in this game, there were used matches with the Ukrainian flag. An official national flag was perceived by a British journalist and as a nationalism. In the UK, they can place their flags everywhere, but Ukrainians cannot do that. So we can find some explanations to this notion. And our today's discussion is basically aimed at that, so that we can present to Europeans not only the similarity between fascism and communism, and not only to present the sources of Rashism, but we also like to explain some things to Europeans, some things that are not very understandable, not very clear to Europeans due to some poor knowledge of Ukrainian history, due to some poor knowledge of the events that took place during communist regime in Ukraine. So maybe we have to make a few stresses and to switch focus. So that those Europeans who do not understand what was wrong, we have to present to them that the USSR generated another type of communism, which is not the type of communism that a Marxism that was presented in some guidebooks, European guidebooks, and this is totally different model of socialism that was presented by other countries, for example, by China. They have their own format of communism, or Sweden is a social model.
So the Soviet format of communism looks like a mixture of very interesting components which the left ideology or communism ideology takes just as this thing, this cover that just has other theories in disguise. So we can talk about this component of the Soviet communism as the total lies. And let me quote Viktor Kravchenko, who said that even this gigantic lies, when repeated, has its roots. Stalin knew that before Hitler. I saw horrible falsifications which later take the perception as the truth. Totally indoctrinated by Stalin's theories of the world revolution, the people will become those who are deprived of the memory of their national freedom, and those Russians will make a huge power that can be used both in Russia or abroad. And Viktor Kravchenko, who was ethnically Ukrainian, a communist, saw all those crimes of Stalinist regime, and when he flew to the West, he published a book, I Chose Freedom, and in the US it had this bombshell effect. Now this book is translated to Ukrainian as well. So these lies that eradicate the memory about personal freedom, those messiah ideas of the world revolution, they were at the same time united with strict elements of the system, specifically the absolute governance of the authoritarian and totalitarian methods of ruling this society. Everything was regulated, from the economy to the school education, and that was this basically renewal of the slavery. And when Lenin and his comrades came to power, and they said that land should go to peasants and factories should go to workers, later on, when this whole system set itself in Ukraine, we saw totally different tendencies. So that was a certain kind of enslavery of peasants, making this iron curtain which didn't let any communication outside, which didn't let getting any information, and so it blocked the outflow of information from the Soviet Union. That's why it was so hard to get the truth about the Holodomor in the 30s. I'm not saying anything about this cult of Stalin from the mass media with those billboards of movies. At the same time, there was this picture of this beautiful Soviet life, and at the same time, there was a totally deformative propaganda image of those NKVD as representatives of the totalitarian. So this image of the soldier of the revolution, this iron sword ready to defend the accomplishments of the revolution, although in fact it was just the uprising. I'm not saying about this organization of economy, this ideological control over the individual, and this application of mass terror against people. We should mention that when talking about the communist crimes, and in this context, we also mentioned this great terror, the Bykivnia graves, and we know that these are just the elements of the total picture of terror applied towards applied because this elite, governing elite, thought that it was their direct necessity, and it was the terror applied in peaceful times against their own people, against civilians. And another element of this Soviet communism, I would call it such a cultural xenophobia, which was in disguise covered by those words of the friendship of people, of how many nations co-live together, those 15 republics, they are friends. Although even back then, Ukrainian writers, intelligent people, they saw the return of this imperialism, but it just had red communist colors. They witnessed how the Russian language interests of Russian culture are on top, while Ukrainian literature and culture were perceived as some dialects, as something secondary, which doesn't require any specific support. In this context, let me remind you of this huge discussion of Ukrainian authors and Russian authors, which was triggered by Maxim Gorky, which was one of the famous Russian writers of that time, was strictly against Ukrainian translation of his novel Mother. He said, well, why should you translate my novel to some lesser Russian dialect? And it was a trigger for, that was this alarm for Ukrainian authors when they understood that this is the same Russian chauvinism, but just in another format. And we should mention that the Soviet type of communism is not just the ideology, not the practice, it's also a certain way of thinking. And this way of thinking was used for occupation of Ukraine by Russian Bolsheviks. I think that here in this aspect, it also includes certain key to this Europe's not understanding of the processes that took part 100 years ago, because those ideas, they were quite popular earlier in the 20th century. They suggested some promising, positive type of future with the 8-hour working day, with the prohibition of child labor, of some human rights and freedoms, and probably it was supported by different circles of Russia, Ukraine, European people, but we shouldn't forget that having those illusions on the fact that in Ukraine, basically, not Ukrainian leaders were in power of Ukraine. They were not Ukrainian, although there was the attempt to create our own state on the ruins of the Russian Empire. We had autonomous processes of Ukrainian revolution in 1917, 1921. We had our own governments, our own ministers, and even our own political forces. There was the Ukrainian Party of Socialist Revolutionaries, Ukrainian Communist Party, Ukrainian Party of Left Socialists. So those all were the parties that were supported by the people. Up to 75% voters voted for them. And the Russian party of Bolsheviks in Ukraine had support of just 10% of voters. So you can compare those numbers. And the Ukrainian parties also had this left-wing ideology, but Russian Bolsheviks said that those were bourgeois, and so the Russians came to Ukraine with the war back then. And the first powerful Soviet Ukrainian, Russian Ukrainian, Bolshevik Ukrainian war, there are different names because, you know, researchers choose different terms. So that the essence is the same and the content of that confrontation is the same. So Bolsheviks came to Ukraine for the resources, and there's a lot of quotations of Lenin, who said that without Ukrainian grain and without Ukrainian ore, iron ore in Donbas, Bolsheviks will not preserve the power in Russia. So they came for such kind of material resources, and to some extent they wanted to take the human resources. Thanks to this left-wing ideology, they lured some part of artists, of intellectuals. But after the Ukrainian Revolution of 1917-1921 failed, Bolsheviks set their own dictatorship where citizens were not able to manifest their political will through the democratic elections. And when those elections took place in 1937, after the Stalin's constitution was approved, they could it could just seem democratic to Western world, but those elections were not democratic due to different reasons, due to the composition of those election committees, due to those who received this voting rights. There were some groups of people that were not allowed to vote and to participate in the elections, like priests, entrepreneurs, merchants. Moreover, even part of some people in Bykivnia, we show that in many of our projects, some people were even accused and they were executed later just because they said something about the elections. They said that we should use this opportunity on the elections to get rid, but legally through the democratic procedures, to get rid of that Bolshevik force that has basically made genocide on the Ukrainian land through those mass executions, great famines, etc. And so those people who just tried to totally legally exercise their legal rights, they were arrested and later executed. When we talk about the communist crimes in Ukraine, we shouldn't forget certain consequences of this communist dictatorship, which I don't know how much the European community realizes them and sees them. Specifically, one of the key things that has been done is not just this physical execution of people, but also destroyal of certain pillars, social, psychological, even physical pillars that basically deprived people of the freedom and made Ukrainians dependent on the Moscow.
Basically, we can speak about destroying the right ownership to the land. Russian Bolsheviks take away so many things from the Ukrainians. As of the beginning of the 20th century, during the revolution 1917, around 80% of lands by pomeshchiks were bought by Ukrainian peasants with their own money through the cooperation schemes. And for Ukrainians, the right for ownership to the land and the skill to operate with their land is a basic, fundamental moment in their mentality, and their private ownership is very important to them, not only to the land, but in general. It creates some other forms of communication with the state, and it guarantees some specific type of freedom and independence by the person. They were raising taxes. They raised taxes. They also relocated people and created some national region districts. And we can speak about some German colonies on the south. And there was a collectivization, creating of Kolgos. And in the second part of the 20th century, Mennonites started running away from Ukraine to the United States, and in 1928, the famine started, and the Soviet authorities, they forbid providing aid to Mennonites, even through the German Red Cross. So the Ukrainian Red Cross, who was trying to transfer this information, the Ukrainian Red Cross was persecuted very strongly, and Communist Party decided to deal with the Ukrainian Red Cross. Part of people were sent to the south and Siberia. People were called fools and the enemies of the nation. And Russians are now accusing people in different terrible sins and crimes. But we see that name tags are changing. We are either supporters of Petlura, we are supporters of Grushevsky, then we are supporters of Bandera.
За прізвищем Андрія Бандери. Потім спробували вони на початку 2000
in the beginning of the 2000s, after the Orange Revolution, to put a new name tag on our supporters of Yushchenko, but then this scheme didn't work very well, and now they are trying to use this old name tag of previous times to label us.
І по суті, коли ми говоримо про ще один наслідок оцих репресій,
when we're speaking about one other consequence about these repressions, a direct proof of these repressions, and Bykivnia graves is a direct witness to that. When these mass graves were prepared, people were thrown into that without any rituals, without any respect to a buried body, to a dead body, to personalities. These repressions, they have yet another consequence, except for physical losses. Of course, these lies were continuing. Relatives did not receive any information about their relatives when they were brought, after they were arrested. And there was also a specific instruction, KGB instruction, that proved the intention of the authorities to hide their crimes. They we mentioned some false days, some false diagnosis, and also a specific layer of our cultural heritage destroyed. Those who were destroyed were the carriers of our culture, our poets, musicians, workers of museums, teachers, those who created dictionaries, and also they destroyed what was found with them during interrogations, during searches, their documents, their photos, their handwriting notes, and we will not be able to restore these things. Nobody is going to bring it back to us. So, deformation of social conscience took place. People were labeled as enemies of the nation. They were crossed out from any guidelines, handbooks in schools, in order to label them once and for all that they are enemies, that they are bad. Never to mention about them. Of course, not to mention some other aspects of the situation, such as repressions against family members, repressions against children and wives, and social deformation that communist regime brought. Through this system of these gossips and trying to introduce this atmosphere of fear. This was the main goal of the Russian Soviet system, to have this atmosphere of fear, and current imperialistic Russian system is trying to work it out too. Because terror, first of all, and first and foremost, has its goal in intimidating people, in making them scared. Part of them they want to kill, and part of them they want to intimidate. They want to scare you, so that they will control these people afterwards. But our experience shows that Ukrainians are not afraid anymore. And so the question is to Europeans, whether Russia is able to intimidate Europeans, and how strongly Russians can intimidate Europeans. Otherwise, you are going to be destroyed by them.
But I think there is no need to produce him very in a very precise way. He's a very important historian, a very good friend of mine, someone who devoted years, decades of his life to researching the Holocaust, one of the leading researchers of the Holocaust in Ukraine. And of course, it is very important that he agreed to participate in the project and to share his ideas with us today. I am not quite sure in which language we want to totally speak. It's up to him.
I will speak Ukrainian.
Ага, very good, very good, very good, very good. От, єдине прохання, дорогий пане Анатолій, якщо можна.
So there is only one request from the audience, dear Anatoly. The audience asks you to stick to 20 minutes. I can share the good news to you. Unlike Larissa and Yuri, I will definitely be short, because I don't have power, and it's getting dark very soon, so I think that I will speak even quicker, because of our enemies from Moscow. We don't have power supply, so I'll have to speak quick. Thank you, Andrei, for having me here. Thank you, dear colleagues. Andrei said that I am his friend. I want to say that he is my friend, and I really appreciate this. So this night I couldn't sleep, just like many other residents of Kiev. There were shaheds, and everything was trembling around my house. So I called to the Karazina University where our center is in touch with them, and then their windows have been shattered in the history department of the Karazina University. So one person was injured. Tonight, Russians hit Kharkiv again and hit the university building again. So you understand this context that we're talking about and what my colleagues mentioned. We try to reflect on that and to compare those criminal regimes of 20th century with those crimes that Russia is committing in Ukraine today. Speaking about this topic that we have to discuss, our center that I work in is 22 years old already, and we work with the university teachers, with the academicians, but you can read all that. I don't have to tell you about that. There's a lot of information publicly open about it. Let me speak about the current situation. It was a challenge to us as the institution that preserves the memory and studies the history in the Second World War. When the basically the full-scale war started in 3 years ago, but in fact the war started in 2014. So the country called Russia also has research centers that deal with the research of Holocaust and Jewish history. And one of those centers, research centers, sent us a letter in April 2014. Can you hear me now? Because I have some message that there is problem with my internet connection. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, yes, we do. Okay, so I will just speak. Dear colleagues, anytime everything can go away. So in April 2014, a research center from Russia wrote a letter to us asking for giving them the database of history teachers from Crimea, saying that, well, you worked with those teachers, you taught him how to teach this topic. You will not need those teachers anymore, but we will continue working with them. So you see this instrumentalization of this Russian propaganda. So it affects the Jewish community, the institutions that there are in Russia. That's why we stopped cooperating with them, and I think it's for good. Another point is that after the full-scale invasion, the challenges of teaching history, of preserving the memory, is that we cannot research this topic, study it just like we did it before the full-scale invasion, because our colleagues, university teachers, school teachers, now when we have workshops on the history of Ukrainian Jews in the Nazism years, we have the teachers from Mykolaiv, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, Lugansk regions, those people who themselves have been under occupation. So when we're talking about coping strategies, about collaborations, many Ukrainian teachers have experienced that themselves. And so now this is the third year in a row when we're changing the paradigm of teaching this discipline. We compare crimes of communism and national socialism with the crimes of Russia now, with the ideology of Russia now. So what we do not do not say that they are identical. We just compare them. We understand that there are some differences, and now in autumn 2022 we've published electronically a new book because we don't have money for the physical printing. So the methodology on teaching the Holocaust history after 2022. So there was the demand for such kind of a manuscript because it's hard for teachers with the terminology, with the categorization. what can they do now when in Ukrainian schools in any city, you know that in Kharkiv schools operate in the subway. So now any Ukrainian school has refugees from different regions. There are people, children, young people who have suffered occupation or living in the frontline cities. There are history teachers who are veterans of the armed forces of Ukraine. And so there are challenges when people who before the full-scale war started and taught history of the Second World War, including the Holocaust history, they read some memories, they read some materials, and now they are under the attack. That's why we published this book in response to the demand in this educational science sphere of Ukraine. Just a brief example, a teacher, an alumnus of our project of Ukrainian Center of Holocaust History, a teacher from Mariupol, spent 10 days in captivity under Mariupol. And after the release, he wrote that these days having surviving those tortures. So if Russians knew that he was part of the army, he would have been killed. So he wrote a letter to us saying that surviving in the Russian prison became possible because he thought about those people, those Jewish memories of those Jews who survived the Nazi prison and the concentration camps. And so now he's saying that the behavior of those Jews in the extreme conditions in the Second World War helped him survive the Russian prison. So you can imagine this context. So obviously, now this topic, it's important when that Russian enemy wanted us to disappear, and academic NGOs and government organizations keep working, and it was important for us to continue our work, our publications. But now everything is related to this war that we're having. Obviously, both speaking on the comparison of the regimes, the comparison of crimes, the fates of victims, of criminals, we and our activities are based on the fact that today we cannot keep preserving that memory and studying or teaching that topic. I'm not even talking about the Russian crimes that have the signs of genocide. So this is the challenge. And two more points. The next one is that the Ukrainian power, government doesn't have much of it, but the Ukrainian society during these 30 years has made a great input into creating the culture of memory of Ukrainian Jews who died during the Second World War. It was very slow because the government doesn't catch up with the society, but the scientific, the civil organizations have done a lot. We have large German-Ukrainian projects in terms of memorizing the Holocaust victims. So a lot has been done. You know that now Russian missiles hit the Babyn memorial. They ruined part of the Jewish cemetery in Mariupol, in Kharkiv. The Jews that were over 95 years old, they survived that war, but they were killed this time. And so other than anti-Semitism and Ukrainophobia, those have been very particular and characteristic for Russia. and this hate they have to everyone who lives, but also they hate this culture that created culture of memory. So now when we preserve in this education, research and commemorative practices of victims of that war, when we have this war, this experience is really valuable to the Ukrainian intelligentsia. And here, these are the points that I wanted to mention. And so there's the other important issue on those Ukrainian Jews who now are part of the Ukrainian society, fighting for Ukraine in the army and also as volunteers. This is also against the Russian anti-Semitism propaganda, so that's what matters. However, there are huge challenges that remain. In 2016, the pro-Russian foundation Babyn Holocaust Memorial Center emerged in Ukraine, and they just captured all this public territory of commemoration of the Babyn Yar. And it's interesting. I think that after this full-scale invasion, this foundation should disappear, just like other pro-Russian parties or like the Moscow Patriarchy. But this foundation is still there, and I think that's a great threat. And so this there's another battlefield, this context of commemorating the Babyn Yar and Holocaust. There was maybe I will end on this. You can find a lot about this project that I mentioned. It's called Protecting Memory. Then its name was changed to Connecting Memory. The network of memory. So this project was started in 2010. This is the European Ukrainian project, large one. Many memorials appeared in Ukrainian cities thanks to this project. There were some commemorative signs and boards opened for Jews. And in 2019, 5 years ago, the monument in the small town of Ivanopil was opened. There were 800 Jews there when Wehrmacht came there. All of those Jews were killed. Only 1 or 2 women survived. They never had any commemorative board, and so it was installed 5 years ago, and there was a young man, representative of the town government. And so when opening that memorial board, he said, we're returning dignity to our people. They lived here, they made their input to development of this town. And today, getting back this memory about Ivanopil Jews, we counterfight the Russian aggression. Today, preserving the memory about victims of the Second World War. This is our weapon against Russia today. These challenges are very important to understand, to realize. And yeah, I can see that I stick to the schedule. I still have some time. So as for general ideas, I listened to all the speeches while I still have the power supply. So I want to mention, at first, I want to thank Svetlana Lahovecka for this project. I want to thank all my colleagues involved in this project. It's really relevant now, specifically for the academicians, for educators. And as for this emotional appeal to the European audience, to the German audience, especially Professor Yakubova, yes, I have the same feelings. And basically, well, there's an example, maybe you don't remember or don't know. In 1996, when there was Rwanda genocide, you know that within a few months, 800,000 people stopped living. And at that time, the Council of Europe was developing some guidelines and conceptual approaches to teaching the Holocaust history as the example of general society to prevent genocide. And that was the time when they were concerned about this while people were being killed in Rwanda. So it's horrible.
And so it's difficult for me to understand this as a Ukrainian historian. For me, it's difficult to understand this. Maybe this balance of evil and good is so unstable. And this new axis of evil, Moscow, Tehran, and Pyongyang, is good for someone. Maybe it will be then easier for democratic world to issue grants, to provide grants for some works when these crimes are even getting worse. But maybe we just have to radically stop the existence of evil. This is a philosophical question. And for all of us here in Ukraine, it's very difficult here. Difficult in every area. Citizens of Ukraine feeling hard. It's very difficult for us in the front line and in some more peaceful areas. It's very difficult for us. It's a great challenge for us. I will never forget how I went to Bucha when after its the occupation, because I had a friend there, a historian, person with whom I used to be a student at the university. He sent his family away from Bucha. He is 57, but he stayed. He stayed in Bucha, and he sent me a photo. On his car, Russian occupiers wrote in Russian, "Hopefully, we hate you. We are going to destroy all of you." Then very bad language. But what's interesting, he's Russian. He comes from Russia, and his wife is Jewish. But for more than 30 years, they've been teaching Ukrainian history in Ukrainian universities. They're citizens of Ukraine, and they oppose this genocide and this terror. If we speak about comparative study, then we can say that during the Holocaust, people were killed for their nationality, for being Jewish. But against us, this hatred is on the basis of our citizenship. Among us, there are different nationalities, Jewish people, Russians, and so on. And so it's a very big challenge. And it's important for us to survive. And this is the most important thing. And probably, and basically, these studies about Holocaust, they keep going. We keep carrying them out, even during the war. I do hope that I presented my speech according to the schedule. Thank you so much, Mr. Anatoly. I think that this belonging to political Ukrainian nationality as a feature which qualifies us for being destroyed is important issue. Let me say a few words in English, and then we will give the floor to Natalia.
Let's say, came out of this main attention of the German media and let's say Western media, but that's very reasonable what Anatoly just said, that when the full-scale war started, all these let's say like building projects in Babyn, it was stopped just because, no, you know, like it's like ongoing war. But the fundamental question, what is to be done with those like two competing institutions? One of them, like this museum Babyn Yar, created by our colleague Vitaly Nakhmanovich and people around him. and another one, this huge, broadly propagated project that was mostly financed by people like Mikhail Friedman and other Russian oligarchs living in Britain, actually, who managed to get rid of sanctions recently. So it's serious people. It's very serious people. So the second one, which was, maybe I should remind it, it was openly supported by Vitaly Klitschko, by Viktor Pinchuk, so by very prominent Ukrainian, businessmen, politicians, artists. Svetoslav Vakarchuk was there. So again, it's like, it's what Larissa told us, that of course, February 22nd made like a kind of a clear cut. But let's not forget what was said on February 23rd, just before that, because it goes for Germany, of course, for German politicians, especially. They're lying nowadays that they are like supporting Ukraine, right? But it also goes for a lot of Ukrainian politicians, Ukrainian intellectuals. So let's be frank about it. And
Це дуже погано, так, да, абсолютно. Пане Андрій, ви праві, я маю сказати колегам дякую за увагу.
Yes, you are right, but I would like just to thank you. My connection, I'm getting my connection, so let's stay connected. Thank you.
And the question, like, basically, legally, it was not resolved. I mean, like, I'm still waiting for kind of official decision of Ukrainian state, city of Kyiv, saying we don't need this Friedman / project anymore. So I don't know also, and actually in this case, who knows, maybe it was also actually said by someone already that we are discussing a very like dangerous situation, but in the context of the ongoing war. It's ongoing, but when it will stop, like for 1 year, maybe for 5 years, maybe forever. Let's hope, of course, forever, but it looks a bit differently now. So when we have this stop situation, then all those problems then be discussed and solved a bit differently, because the ongoing war would be like kind of over. And I am actually very curious and concerned what will happen to this entire Babyn Yar project, because as far as I remember, the only thing that happened was that so this free resignation of the guy who was the head of like artistic part, this Russian film director Ilya Khrzhanovsky. So he resigned from his position, but come on, he was just an kind of, like an employee for the project. It's not the issue. The issue is like what to do with with land in Kyiv, because it's very much about who controls the territory of, mass killings. Yeah. What to do with the museum, how it should look like. So it's a very, very serious matter. And in this sense, if you may say so, and then we'll give a floor, of course, to Nadia, it's one more argument for the relevance of the project, Svetlana, really. This is like Babyn Yar, it's not just like history. It's very much the question, what will happen now to the existing place of memory? Because it's not clear. It's not clear. Okay, now, dear colleagues, I hope our next speaker is so maybe I should proceed. Maybe I should give again to Marisa. Okay, because look, maybe I should, because I was going to tell that, but now I even more like feeling I should tell you. Nadia Goncharenko, she is a very good, very good, exceptionally good researcher of memory politics and textbooks. I remember I was a student. I came to Kyiv for the first time. There was a conference, and she made a paper about Ukrainian school textbooks, a very critical one, because our textbooks, they need to be criticized as well, as we all know. And later on, there were more like conferences, and actually those textbooks, they were changed very much. So we have, again, ongoing war and also ongoing changing of the textbooks text, right? So it's not the same as it was, let's say, like 10, 5, or even 3 years ago. Now, and then, believe me or not, it's a kind of an accident, but I'm happy about it, that if everything goes well, next week, yeah, literally, next week, Nadia will be our guest at the Viadrina. So if you want to listen to her talk, let's say, in person, it would be on the 4th of December. It's already December, my God, so we're in winter now. So in December, she'll come to Viadrina to give a talk about actually politics of memory
in Ukraine. So let's put it this way: if we somehow will not have this talk now, or will have it, she's okay. So if you want to listen one more talk, then next week, welcome to our Frankfurt Order. I'm of course always happy to meet all of you. Чудово. Так, Надя, дорога, привіт. Нас чути?
Dear Nadia, I do hope that you can hear me. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I joined the wrong link. I clicked the wrong link.
Я тоді замовкаю. Я вже коротенько сказав.
Now, that's all from my side. I just briefly mentioned our topic. Now I give floor to you, and we are eagerly expecting your speech. Thank you. I was going to speak about the situation with these two concepts of Babyn Yar, but I would like to present you a little bit more details later on during my speech. I live not far from this place, and I keep track of what's going on there, how memories are collected and how it is perceived by local community, and there were different missile attacks very near to this place, and in 2022 and in September 2023. So these graves of innocent people are still being disturbed by this missile. And let me check how much time I have. I would like to thank Svetlana Lachovets for creating this project and inviting me. And it's a great opportunity for me to work with very interesting people and authors and historians. I think that we do need this project for Ukraine, and not only for Ukraine. And I called my speech as the history of memory in constant flux. And I would like to say that a very important factor of readiness of our consciousness and of understanding how we can live further on is to see and reveal facts. And it is very important not to see any limitations and not to see any deformation of facts. For example, as in the USSR times, it was forbidden to commemorate the memory of this event. And although we know that these crimes of Nazis, they were publicly presented as something very negative and became a cornerstone of basically of narratives. But if you look at Babyn Yar memory and not only we're speaking about Babyn Yar, but also about Bykivnia, if you look at how the state and public practices of commemorating the victims, we see that still we have a lot of things to do. We have to work better on commemorating memory about victims of Holocaust and of Holodomor. And if we speak about these two regimes and their crimes, we have to understand that we have to deconstruct the approach to Soviet regime as something modern. Modernization process. I think that this term modernization is a very good term which speaks about Soviet regime. Basically, it was presented as a modernization of previous regime, previous mode. And this modernization, which was implemented by the Soviet regime, soon it became a system of destroying different social cultural groups in a gigantic scale. And the same approach was used by the Nazis during the Holocaust on the basis of their ideology, on the basis of their racism and hatred. They also developed their different criteria, and they created different camps, death camps, such as Auschwitz, and they killed thousands of Ukrainians in different places and different other nations. And we have to rethink the process of Holocaust, and the memory about these events is implemented in the infrastructure of museums, literature, and it is a result of activities of many people, of physical persons, of state efforts, and different social organizations.
But it is the government policy that has become the fundamental for creating this commemoration practices. The mass, instead, the mass crimes of communists have not been judged. The graves, mass graves of victims have been hidden or even prohibited for commemoration. And even after the disappearance of these prohibitions, those places, they remained unknown. It's hard to acknowledge that, for example, the Bykivnia graves still are not known to many of Ukrainian citizens, and they can people can be even indifferent. It's not like they don't know, it's just they don't care about places like this. And this lack of acknowledgement of crimes of criminal totalitarianism resulted in this situation mentioned by Paul Robert Magochi in last year in the publication of the book that was first published in 2016 in Ukrainian, and later it was published in English with the name Babyn Yar Memory. And so the author there says that those values that were believed to be unbreakable in the post-war Europe, as the impossibility of the war and others, those values are still under the threat. And now we know that in first post-war declarations of Soviet rulers, they were judged and condemned, but later on, we know that the rulers decided to divert attention of the public from those crimes in Bykivnia. The Soviet power wanted to ignore the crime, and Bykivnia is the place of burial of communism victims. And of course, the summit, the climax of this process governed by the government was the monument to Soviet citizens when they didn't mention the Jews executed in Babyn Yar. And so it was totally compliant with the ideology of that time. And this ideology is now reproduced in modern Russia. After Ukraine declared its independence, the accumulation of memorial in Babyn Yar started. And so this Ukraine became one of the actors of commemorating, along with the other informal associations and NGOs commemorating people that have died in Babyn Yar. And one of such examples that has already become a challenge to the Ukrainian community is the project launched by Holocaust Babyn Yar Center. Different arts and education initiatives related to that. So they started developing in 2010 because it was the response to essential socio-cultural changes in Ukraine, including the changes of the commemorating practices in 2015 and forming the new dimension of the memory of the Second World War. And basically this has become a tool of this hybrid war against figures of culture, of art, of education, which tried to set to order this Babyn Yar memorial. Speaking about the pro-political idea of this project, it's the fact that many parties started leaving that project, saying that they don't agree with the organizers, and it was done by one of the authors of this assembly, Babyn Yar History. Part of Ukrainian academicians supported another idea of the whole memorialization of Babyn Yar, realizing all the complicity of this task. In 2018, the Institute of Ukraine created the work group on conceptualization of Babyn Yar, which was created according to the decree of the then President Poroshenko in 2017. This work group included a lot of respective academicians, professionals from the Ukrainian Institute of National Memory, from the Institute of Holocaust History. And then during the whole 2017, this group developed the concept of commemorating Babyn Yar, which was presented in February 2019. And this group also developed the concept of the complex memorialization of Babyn Yar with expansion of the territory of this park. And it's really important because the situation is really complicated there, because many organizations claim their right to different parts that are of that park. The publication of that concept showed that it covers different aspects of the history of the Second World War, and it highlights the history, covers the history of Holocaust, showing different socio-cultural groups of Ukrainian society, which is very important for Ukraine. Along with that, the memorialization is totally remote and distanced from the Russian policy of victory carriers. So this, I'd like to highlight a few points of that concept. Non-acceptance of the private role, and this is what we had before the full-scale invasion, when the Russian share, the distribution of Russian share in that project was like that. Also, there is the need for the Ukrainian society and Ukrainian government to understand that the matter of memorialization of Babyn Yar is relevant to all of us, and it requires our material and emotional contribution. And while in Babyn Yar they had this chaotic commemorating by different NGOs, which try to commemorate the monuments of their victims, in Ukraine they tried to develop this whole approaches. So it's beneficial for them just to feed that that idea. But as soon as we got the solidarity of different groups on memorization of Babyn Yar as the symbol of the Ukrainian memory and not the Soviet or European one, the need appeared to respond to that and use our financial and intellectual resources to confuse the Ukrainian society and to keep it away. In my opinion, this Russian project emerged as this hybrid project to restrict this decommunization of Ukrainian narration and the history of the Second World War. This Russian project also was aimed at providing some emotional colors, burden, and they wanted to decorate this essence with the bright cover of up-to-date technologies and similar. Everyone who knows this project remembers those ideas about immersive experience and others. It all was done to attract people, to tell them, to share new senses to them. The Ukrainian concept instead is innovative but has a traditional essence. And this is the result of many years of research of Ukrainian academicians. This is a result of certain political and intellectual maturity of Ukrainian audience to work with this topic and to memorialize this space. That's why this idea, I suggest that we look at this idea of Russian project as response to changes in Ukrainian society after 2014. So we have this intense political competition in terms of memorialization of Babyn Yar as a place to commemorate the crimes of Nazis. Also, the communist crimes were kept distant from condemnation of those crimes. The compromising of those facts by the Soviet Commission in Bykivnia reminds me of the commission in Babyn Yar. So the commission aimed at establishing the facts of Nazi crimes said that Nazi victims were buried in Bykivnia, but instead, although Ukrainian human rights defenders in 1960 made a lot of contribution to establishing the the location of that graves, the commission worked only for 5 days, and they said that those were burials of victims of NKVD. In 1967, the truth about Bykivnia tragedy started to be revealed under pressure of the civil initiatives. The new commission was created, which had the task to research, to study the land plot. And later on, the monument was opened, similar to that monument to Soviet people in Babyn Yar, because here we've had this perestroika and we have a lot of truth revealed. And in Bykivnia, we had the monument with the writing. A few thousand of civilians and Soviet soldiers that have been tortured by Nazis are being buried here. So it was also an attempt to hide the truth. And only in 1980 there was the decree of the Council of Ministers on establishing the facts of mass grave appearance. And then there was the investigation. The witnesses who were no longer afraid showed and made the commission know that the victims of NKVD were buried there. There was the large oak cross set there, and then the construction of the memorial complex started. The status of that memorial was not established. No protection of that place was established. Kuchma never visited that place while he was the president, and instead Yushchenko, while being the president and prime minister, made a decree on creating this complex of Bykivnia graves, and then he set the national status for this park. Unfortunately, it didn't change the situation with lack of financing, and due to oppression and struggles of many pro-Russian parties, and Yushchenko's focus on the Holodomor topic, which is also a huge topic, which he dealt with for years. So unfortunately, it didn't result in anything.
But it's a paradox that memorial to the victims of totalitarian regimes was opened during Yanukovych ruling, and it was erected, and it consists of two parts: Ukrainian memorial and Polish military cemetery. And on the one hand, it's quite controversial due to the fact that Yanukovych policy was pro-Russian. But I think that the main reason is that he was trying to present himself as pro-European, and he was trying to establish peaceful relationships with Bronislaw Komorowski, his Polish counterpart. And even the policy of decommunization, which was implemented after 2015, although it criticized anti-totalitarian regimes, still it didn't bring many changes, and it didn't bring many changes to the functioning of this memorial in conscience of people. Of course, there were some official meetings and official visits once per year, but it's too little to realize and to understand these tragic events. And basically, we see not only the diversity of different views, but we see that there were some attempts to find inclusive memory, and we see, for example, in Babyn. And nowadays, we see that it's not quite a good level of including this national, this memory about these tragedies into our Ukrainian national memory. And I do hope that this conference is going to enable us to share and disseminate more facts about these tragic events. And maybe we will be able to show this phenomena much better using Bucha, using other places which unfortunately we will have to show to the world, to reveal to the world. And we can use our contemporary examples and involve our colleagues from abroad so that they understand what they can expect on their land in case of disseminating a new pro-Russian totalitarianism also on their lands, on their territories. Thank you for your attention. We are very, very grateful to Nadia. And I have a question to either Igor or Svetlana. I have two questions to them. The first question is, do we have our American guest who is going to comment what was heard, what was said here? In this case, I do not have any more questions.
The plan, it's actually interesting also for me, like what exactly we're here now, but a very important and prominent expert joined us. So David Reeve, who is a fellow at the New York Institute for the Humanities at New York University, so NYU, a member of the US Council on Foreign Relations, and a honorary professor at National University Kyiv-Mohyla Academy. So, dear David, your task, as far as I understand it, is to suggest some closing/discussing remarks for the issues raised at this conference. we are very much looking forward to listening to your observations. And afterwards, we'll have a kind of an open discussion for everyone who joined us here in Berlin. So, dear David, the floor is yours. We are looking forward to your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'm frankly not sure that I have a great deal to contribute, but let me raise more issues that I'm going to be able to answer. The first thing I'd like to say is that there is a fundamental difference between the work of nation building and the work of critical history, of academic historians. And I think they can work together, they can go in parallel, but they're not the same project. The history, if it's not to be propaganda, is critical by definition. This is a point that Jaroslav Hricak at UKU always makes, and one that I share with him. I think that the work of historians to uncover what really happened, to study it in all its complexity, because almost always it's complex. History is unfortunately not simple, never is simple. That's one aspect. The other aspect is what you might call, particularly in the case of Ukraine, what one thinks is the appropriate thing for a nation to remember about its own history. And in the case of Ukraine, and in the case of what we've been talking about here, its own suffering. Now, I must tell you in all candor, because I'm too old and really don't have any reason to be to mince words, to say things in a way that's too nice. And you'll forgive me if this seems rude, but you know, what's extraordinary to a foreigner, I started to come to Ukraine in April of 2022, and I've been in Ukraine for at least a month every third or fourth month since then. I'll be coming back shortly. Is the difference between the memorial at Bucha, at Babi Yar, and at the Bykivnia forest? Because it seems to be, obviously, Bucha is immediate, and it's completely understandable that for anybody in Ukraine to want to make public, to make the world see the monstrous crimes that Russia committed there is perfectly normal. And Babi Yar, which in all candor, I don't think is a successful memorial, I think probably for the reasons that several people during this conference have spoken of, which is that it has had several different masters, if you will, and the projects of different parts of the commemoration have been not only not congruent, they've been in some points antithetical in what they chose to emphasize. But Babyn Yar is very well known, and any foreigner, any dignitary, any NGO person you talk to in Kiev, I'm speaking now of foreigners, is likely, if they spend more than 2 minutes in Kiev, to go to Babyn Yar, and whatever their real reaction, and it's difficult because you go to a site of one of the great crimes of the 20th century, and you really don't want, as a human being, you don't want to say, well, this site is really screwed up. Again, I told you I was going to be blunt, and I'm going to be blunt. But the Bykivnia forest, which you would think that Ukrainians particularly would be interested in making as well known as possible, is practically concealed. I have now been there 3 or 4 times in the last year, and every time I've gone, there's no one there except the guards or maybe an occasional visitor. It's almost impossible to find unless you already know where it is, or you go with somebody who knows where it is, who drives you. You have to, it's on, there's no marking. This is a major road, as everybody who's been there knows, where you have advertisements for the McDonald's and a this and a that, but you don't even have a single sign. If you did bring tour buses there, there'd be nowhere for them to park. It's about a kilometer walk to the site itself, which means that older people, many older people, are not going to be able to get there. And this can't be just an oversight. There has to be, I don't know the reason, but there has to be a reason why you have, out of the 3 sites of memory that are meant to be the subject of this conference, 2 are extremely well known, and 1 is not known. Indeed, a lot of Ukrainian friends of mine have never been there. Forget about the foreigners. So already when we're talking about sites of memory, you know, we do have to start thinking about what, above all, the state wishes to emphasize, wishes to subsidize, because obviously this costs money, and either you raise money the way Babyn did from oligarchs, or you get money by public subscription, or you get money from the state. Those are the 3 effective choices. And obviously, no oligarch has obviously been interested, and there's been no effort at serious public subscription. And I'm sorry, but I have to conclude from the neglect of this site of memory, which is one of, you know, symbolically the most important emblems of the crimes of Soviet power against the Ukrainian people, that people obviously have decided, people in power, that they don't wish to publicize it in the way that it deserves in both moral terms, but also in terms of nation building, in pedagogical terms, to be highlighted, to be showcased, to be given its rightful place in the terrible history of the Ukrainian 20th century. Now, I don't know the reasons for this. I have my speculations, but they're of no interest. I suspect that many of the people in this conference know the reasons better than I do. But it's worth noting, and it's worth, I think, extrapolating from that reality, the reality that that the Bykivnia forest is almost like the unwanted stepchild of the history of the terrible Ukrainian 20th century, of Ukraine's Calvary, if you will. And I can't say I understand the reason why, but these are the issues one needs to confront. Why it's not better known. The problems of Babyn have been described at some length, and I agree with the descriptions. In fact, I think the place is a bit worse even than is described in terms of its mixed messages, shall we say. I started by talking about the difference between, you know, academic history, critical history, and and politics and nation building and national consolidation. And part of this is an issue of textbooks, of course, in which academicians have an important role to play. What will post-war Ukrainian textbooks talk about? How will they describe what happened? What will be, if you think of Ukraine as having been the victim of 3 monstrous regimes of Soviet power first, of the Nazis, of Soviet power again, and now of what you call Rashism. I'm not sure I really understand what that word means, but for, well, anyway, for the, you are under the attack from what I see as the renewal in Mr. Putin's view of the Russian Empire, a strange empire in which you can have Peter the Great and Stalin and everybody else, just any powerful leader of Russia can be part of the propaganda mix. You obviously, as academicians, I assume most of the people in this conference are academicians, need to think about what that will require you to do in terms of making textbooks. But the other thing is, of course, what you think the political goals are. For example, I think it's very difficult to know everything that needs to be done, but one obviously thing that needs to be done is to make sure that the Holodomor is recognized in European institutions in a consistent way, and that it's given the same prominence as the Shoah is given. That is obviously is true in some countries, European countries, some other countries, and not true in others. My own view, parenthetically, is that what Ukraine needs to think about is Europe. It would be nice if the global South had a better understanding of what's going on in Ukraine, of the terrible crime that Russia is committing now. But I don't think, first of all, I think that's a very difficult project, very challenging project. And I'm not sure it's of immediate relevance to Ukraine. One note of caution, as you all know as well or better than I do, is certain historical figures who are viewed as emancipators in Ukraine are not viewed by that like that abroad. That doesn't mean you Ukrainians should shift your views of Bandera or of Khmelnytsky, but it does mean you must understand that the chances of your convincing people that your view is correct in the popular version is not very likely. I'm not sure it's that important, but I add it as a cautionary note. You know, of course, in Ukraine's relations with Poland, which are comparatively speaking very good, that there are still issues of memory politics, which are viewed very differently in Warsaw than they are in Kiev. I'm not sure that in these situations, it isn't better, as it were, to agree to disagree. That seems to be more sensible than trying to somehow come to a consensus that will be very difficult to achieve, and that in this period of such tremendous struggle and suffering may not really be worth people's energies. Memory is obviously not a stable isotope. It's memory is always in flux. Memory is always being rewritten from the perspective of the present. There are, in the sense of how memory is reconceptualized. Now, when it's a question of uncovering concealed facts, which has been obviously the task of Ukrainian scholars and intellectuals and activists since at least the 1960s. I remind you that the Bykivnia forest was virtually unknown and ignored until certain people in that emancipatory moment of the 1960s began to think about the place and emphasize the place. This was, if you like, the instauration, if you'll forgive the academic term, of Bykivnia in the national memory of Ukraine is really the action, is really the accomplishment of a small group of civil society actors and dissidents. And as I say, it's, to me, bluntly a bit shocking that the state has not wished to support that memory. In fact, if you will, the Polish state has been more active in the forest than the Ukrainian state in terms of its helpfulness, for good and sufficient reasons, and all credit is due to Poland for that. But I think you really, you know, there is historical truth, which is what academicians, good ones, seek to discover in all its complexity, but to find out what was not said, to understand what really happened, as opposed to what, particularly in Soviet times, was the lies that were told about what happened. Lies, indeed, that, as you all know, Ukrainian people, to some extent, grew up being fed, and it takes a lot to undo decades and decades of misinformation, miseducation, etc. I think Ukraine is very much on the way to doing that, but it's certainly not there yet. And if you think of the way Ukraine was before the full-scale invasion, and with Russian parties making the propaganda they made, with with a lot of things going on that I don't have time, and anyway, you all know as well or better than I do. I mean, the task is very profound on a whole series of levels, and I think that my only real message here is one does have to understand both the complexity and the differences between the various tasks of memory, because there's historical fact, and then there's national consciousness, which is based on a lot of things, which is based on emotion, which is based on myth. And I say myth not in a negative sense, like Jaroslav Hrycak. I don't think there's anything wrong with myth as long as one accepts that that's not sufficient as a way of describing things. And then things evolve. The relation between Ukrainian Jews and Ukrainian Christians has changed radically, I think, for the better. Certainly, I'm very old. I'm 72, and I remember 50 years ago that those relations, for whatever reasons, and we could talk about the various reasons, but were not nearly as positive, or as, particularly between the Ukraine of the diaspora and the Jews of the diaspora, if you will. So, I mean, things do improve, and this is what's happened now in Ukraine, in Ukrainian Jewish relations, if you want to put it that way. It's a bit unsatisfactory as a term, but you know what I mean. Things could get better as well as getting worse. I want to close, you know, obviously what's critical, the war in Ukraine has many horrors, but one of its particular horrors is it's a war where there is an idea of exterminating Ukrainian identity as well as Ukrainian bodies and Ukrainian cities. Even very bloodthirsty and appalling wars do not necessarily do that. They may want to kill as many people as possible in Sudan, let's say. But the idea that you want to destroy the identity of part of your enemy that's actually quite rare. The genocide in Rwanda, which was alluded to earlier in the conference, is an example of that, and Ukraine, alas, is the current example of that. So in a sense, memory and cultural survival are linked in Ukraine in a way that they're not linked in every case. And memory becomes a kind of categorical imperative in Ukraine in a way that it isn't everywhere else. I mean, there are places in the world where it's better to not emphasize remembrance, particularly when there is right on both sides. The example that occurs to me that I've written about in the past is Northern Ireland, where there was a case to be made for both sides, and where when peace was finally achieved, a very difficult peace, a peace that could end at any moment, frankly. One hopes not, but it's possible. That what the people did not have memory wars. What they did was, in a sense, they didn't forget, because not literally, of course, but there was a decision to have a kind of public silence on the issues of the war, because they knew there'd never be any consensus. But they could afford that. They had a peace that worked. You are fighting for the survival of your identity, as well as for victory on the battlefield. And you, obviously, you Ukrainians in this audience, you can't afford that kind of attitude toward memory. On the other hand, as I said before, you don't want to sacralize it. You don't want to be in a situation where the opinions of others become a kind of sin of people in Poland about certain historical issues, for example. Sometimes it's better to say, well, we'll talk about that at another point. Right now, in a war of existential and cultural survival, memory is something that's necessary. It's part of the war effort. And so anything that can be done to clarify and generalize the memory, including in Europe, is very valuable. I will end simply by saying that I would make a plea for the Bykivnia forest to no longer, in a sense, be the less important in terms of the way it's treated, not in terms of its importance in its own terms, but it's ignored. And because I actually think that the massacre of Ukrainian intellectuals, activists, artists in the NKVD headquarters and the common graves of the Bykivnia forest, which is the emblem of that slaughter, has in some ways as much, if not more, relevance to today than Babyn Yar. I hope that doesn't seem controversial, but I believe it to be true. And anyway, thank you for the invitation, and I thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much. Indeed, what should we do now, dear colleagues? Should we somehow open a floor for comments? I don't know, both here and online, or how could I have no clear idea how should we do that. But if someone of you feels like she or he wants to react, to respond. Frankly speaking, I have a lot of comments, but I decided not to share them tonight. So please, if you're welcome. I don't see maybe all of the participants online. Maybe somebody will help me. Yeah, and you may apparently also ask questions to our presenters or to our commenter. So it's all, let's say, in our hands, even though the time is of course limited. So yeah, let's do it quickly. Do we have any comments, reactions whatsoever? Okay, Rebecca Harms, very good. Yeah, okay, we'll start. Yeah, please, Yeah, please. A second, you got a microphone.
Although I'm a bit in conflict with what has been said by Mr. Reeve, I was shocked to learn that the Babyn project in the hands of Russian Jewish oligarchs is still existing. So I think as a very first step, this should be finished. I'm totally aware of the fact that this will be complicated because I know how many influential powers, also political powers, are behind. I remember very well one of the first propaganda visits by the envoys of the project to Brussels and to Strasbourg, and they had from the very beginning the people from Yad Vashem cooperating and making it very clear that so politically this is the right project and there is no alternative to this, and everybody who doubted this was a bit in the corner of being accused of not taking the memory of Babyn seriously. Why I am so much insisting that so there must be a decision in Kiev on this is because I see how this memory of Holocaust is politicized even in Germany until today, and how it goes too far to deepen it here. But the way the Buchenwald narrative, so invented by the GDR government or regime, how much this misleading narrative is a problem in our debates in Germany today. So communism and fascism, yeah, the fascists are always in the West, and the communists are the good ones who always were fighting fascism. And believe it or not, nowadays, in the year 2024 in Germany, we still have to cope with this faked narrative. And the Buchenwald story is a very telling story. So so from the very beginning, I mistrusted the project organized by the Russian oligarchs with some people in Kiev. But what I see, if it still exists, as the biggest success for them is that they split Ukrainian academicians, researchers, politics in Kiev, and even civil society in Kiev. And that's already quite a success in this context. And it would continue if you don't finish this project in the wrong hands.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, dear Rebecca. Юрій Іванович Шаповал, будь ласка.
Yuri Ivanovich, the floor is yours. I would like to present some changes to this talk. You shouldn't have such an impression that all of this is given to the oligarchs' hands. There used to be a project that was developed, and we had to do it under the auspices of the Institute of Ukrainian History. It was one of the projects, and I was one of the experts within this project, and it was a very good, thorough problem, absolutely competitive, but this Russian factor, it broke through some underground forces. Some underground waters just washed it to us. I don't know whether it was due to some corruption or whatever, but it doesn't mean there are no alternatives. They were, for example, very proud that they didn't involve Tikhanovsky. They were talking about some creative forms and presentation material. But there are alternative project that was made by the Institute of History of Ukraine, and this project can also be implemented if there is a will. Yes, that's true. I also was an expert in this project, and I do support. You see, Ukraine is such a funny, let's say, country. On the background of war, we have a lot of intellectual wars within our country. A few years in a row, historians of the Institute of History and Makhnovich and some other people, they were fighting. And in Ukraine, it's quite a case when someone enters through the back door and opens the doors open. And so the memory about Babyn Yar, this memory is created by a lot of historians, by a lot of specialists and experts. And it was well thought over. And this discussion is not over. We keep discussing it. And it's very good that Ukrainians, I mean civil society, and just ordinary citizens, they understand it, and of course our elites, I mean ruling elites, after 24th of February, they a little bit changed their position, and they changed their point of view. They realized who is who and what is the threat, and they moved away from the Russian project and realized that they do not have their own place within this Russian project. But basically speaking, there was nothing Ukrainian in that project. There were some very big financial opportunities provided by Russia, and they basically included some elements of hybrid war. And I think that the way out from this situation, if it is still possible, I think that the way out is in counteracting, is opposing and to these Russian ideas. And what is the most important is the interest of a human being, of civil society, of those people who want to live their lives to their full potential. And quite often the interests of your ordinary people are not equal to the interests of business elites. And it's the cheapest way to for Russia to buy those business elites. Unfortunately, I do not know your name, but I see that you're raising your hand. I am I remember both the victims of Holocaust and Holodomor, and I commemorate them. I am an ordinary refugee from Ukraine nowadays, but this topic of Babyn Yar is very close to my heart. I'm an engineer, a builder with a very big experience. For many decades, I've been working for some construction facilities, and I know this place of Babyn Yar very well. And first of all, if we speak about history, then a big part of Babyn Yar is under some soil, and there are new buildings that were raised there. And we do not only have Babyn Yar, we have Rybyachiva, we have Chortiv Yar, we have Kornivska Vpadina, and so on. And everything is filled with bones, with people's bones over there. And I used to be an engineer on a very big construction site in this area. And when I had to do some construction works there, and when we had to take some land from there, some other companies brought the land, soil from beyond, because on the place where we were constructing something, there were so many skeletons, so many brain bones, so many other parts. And I presented this information to the secretary of the party, and it was in the beginning of the 70s. And even then, we had such a decree that we have to cover it all with new soil, to forget about it, to forget about everything. So you mentioned Russia oligarchs, you mentioned our business elites. In Ukraine, we just didn't have enough money, and some activists decided to approach Russians. Maybe you can do that. And of course, they wanted to have a good PR and good image of themselves. And they, of course, used this opportunity. They wanted to show that we, Russian oligarchs, are supporting Ukrainians who are unable to do something and commemorate these people, but we can do that. And it was a very good advertising for them. And I was one, I also used to be a promoter of communist approach. I received some awards for promoting communist values, but once, since I became, let's say, famous, I finally received information that I cannot be considered a good communist due to some high faults, because they found out some problems with me. Yes, but basically, it's a very difficult and broad topic. Thank you for organizing that. Thank you for touching upon these topics. Yes, that's true. You mentioned that, and David mentioned that. And I am saying, when I'm talking to my students about Babyn Yar, and it's sometimes we can say that it's just the best way to just go and look at. You can just when you go there, this place is just horrible. It's a horrible view. All these buildings that were right there, it's really horrible. But we'll see. As I mentioned, in my opinion, the decision will be made after active atrocities are over. I do not believe that during all these missile attacks and all this indefinite situation, a decision is to be made, because we just cannot seriously think about creating a museum. The war has put everything on hold, but of course the problem is not solved. The problem is not solved, and this is a problem of Frankfurt upon Oder too. We do not have very good signs here. For example, we do not have signs in Frankfurt where a Jewish cemetery is. If you know where the cemetery is, you can bring your students over there. And the same situation is in Dnipro and in Kiev, and it is a problem. So this is a problem of this urban planning. And now they see quite a lot of interesting approaches to that. For example, in Poland, if we visit some places of memories, and we can learn from these people how we can do that. I do hope that Ukraine will learn and will obtain experience. I would like to say a few words to David. I think that he visited Bykivnia, right? Have you visited Bykivnia? And there is a figure at the entrance, and it is written, a memorial, Bykivnia Memorial. There is such a sign. On the right, there is such a composition that shows, and there is some tram, and there used to be a legend that this tram was bringing forces from Kiev, and these forces were in shelters of Zhovnevy Palace. And it was very convenient because there was a doors through which they could bring these courses, but there was a legend that they used trams to bring these courses over there up to Bykivnia, but it was not confirmed. Cars mainly brought those people, 2 cars in the morning and then later in the evening. And I can explain you the lack of signs. It is very simple. A few times before, they wanted just to build some buildings over there, some houses, but not very high buildings, but cottages, some private houses. And someone just decided not to do so, and therefore they didn't want to put signs over there. I used to live quite close to Bykivnia. Okay, is that a different topic? Let's not discuss that. But
if I may, not provoking you to debate again, just like my observation. You know, like a couple of weeks ago, I've already said it to someone in the break, to Rebecca. So a couple of weeks ago, I've been to a very interesting discussion, like a Polish-German expert discussion on current issues, not memory, current issues. And it was, you know, dear colleagues, it was incredibly interesting to observe how people are, on the one hand, at least seemingly, are using the same languages, the same categories, the same, let's say, statements. On the other hand, when you listen carefully, you start feeling that actually they're talking about something else. It's not the same. Like the words are the same, but the meanings and the concepts behind are not the same. And I think it's really a fascinating topic in general, like these communicative issues, also when it comes to, let's say, Ukrainian state or Ukrainian academic institutions or Ukrainian, name it, memory politics, yeah, explaining itself somewhere else. Because it's one issue to explain itself, let's say, in Germany, another one in Poland, and another one, as David rightly said, in the global south. Because I could tell you, like, I've had some experiences giving interviews to journalists from Chile or from Uruguay. It was very interesting, actually. And when you start like this narrative like that to them, it's no, you know, it's a different story. And of course, you should adapt. First of all, you should know how they view the 20th century, the history of communism, the history of the Second World War. Because of course, for Argentina or Brazil, it was not the same as for Ukraine, who was entirely occupied, right, and experienced the Holocaust, and then also other ethnic cleansings. So I think we should, like, one of the conclusions, at least for me, is always that we should kind of like reflect more, maybe, yeah, reflect more on this like nature of communication. Doesn't matter whether it's Ukrainian, German, or Ukrainian American, or Ukrainian Brazilian. And in case of Ukrainian Brazilian, it's almost absent, as we all know. It should be like started finally and done properly. In case of Ukrainian Polish, we have a pretty long story, even though we know that very well with Igor, right? Like for years, like again, it seems that it's very good and like it's getting better and better, but at the same time, like we are facing the very same challenges again and again. Like we've discussed, let's say, Bandera and Volyn, let's say 10 years ago, I remember myself. and 15 years ago, and now it's coming back and with the same arguments. So I think it's really fascinating how some, like, maybe not even topics, but some, let's say, attitudes, some points, some remarks, how they're like reinventing itself, moving in a circle. And the question is how to get out of this circle, like how to bring this debate to a new level. And that is a very difficult task. That is a very difficult task indeed, and a very creative task, coming back to creativity. Very creative. And I think that if like all of us will at least like try to reflect on it and like try to figure out what could be done in this direction, that will be already a lot. Because, yeah, as we all know, like every point is first and foremost how it is perceived by your audience. You may believe about yourself in whatever you want to believe, right? Every one of us. That's not difficult. That's easy, like to imagine ourselves being, you know, a great, right, enlightened, yeah, neutral, and so on. But when it comes to convincing someone else, like our partners, our students, especially if our partners, let's say, do not have the same knowledge, do not share the same cultural background, right? Then it's a real challenge. And I think that, like, for me, it's literally everyday experience, if I may say so. But I believe it's really like what we are, yeah, what we have to do now, especially, again, keeping in mind, and here, of course, I agree with Marisa and Nadia and all the others, especially keeping in mind that the danger is very real. It's not like, it's real. It's very real. And if it's real, it's even maybe more, let's say, challenging, yeah? How to present ourselves in a convincing, analytical, right? Disturbing maybe sometimes, which is not bad way. Okay, now maybe some final comments, dear colleagues. Like we still have a chance. Oh, of course, Igor is the main organizer. So Igor, you maybe Svetlana also. Svetlana, would you like to have some very final? So Igor, and then Svetlana, and then it's it. Good, please.
Everything already with Svetlana. Well, I want to go back just for a second to the point made by David. Was talking how much, what extent Bykivnia has been neglected in the well, culture of memory in Ukraine. Not only in Ukraine, there were also Polish victims there. So nobody knows literally in Poland anything about Bykivnia. Well, and now I'm trying to, again, going back to the point made by David, comment on this project, BBB, Bykivnia, Babyn, Bucha. David, I don't know if you had a chance to have a look at the website created by Svetlana and her organization. But I think that what you've done, Svetlana, this is also an education project. Well, the whole team, yeah, I know. Okay, so I'm figuratively talking about you, but I mean the whole team working on this website. And you put a lot of effort, but also a lot of information on Bykivnia. So at the very end, I'd like to ask Sveta to, you have 2 minutes to present us the website you've created, okay? And it's doable. She promised to do it within 2 minutes. And I hope that our translators, our wonderful Katerina Ferdin, who is translating for us, is still able to do her translation for 2 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes, no problem. We will do that. No problem. Everything's fine.
Very grateful to you for this translation today, but also for all translations you've done for our conferences. You've been with us for 3 years already. So our best thoughts and the greetings to Warsaw, to our translators. And now, dear Sveta, the floor is yours.
Дякую. Я сяду за пульт для того, щоб
Let me just sit and use the computer to demonstrate this website. I would like to remind that we have information in 3 languages, German, Ukrainian, and English.
Ага. Так. Гаразд. Я можу взяти цю мишку, так? І туди.
Can I use the mouse?
Я, виявляється, все простіше можу повернутися. Отже, це головна сторінка сайту.
This is the main page of our website. You see on the right side the languages that you can use. And we would like to present information about this specific place of memory. We created 3 separate pages, sub-pages, Bucha, Bykivnia, Babyn. I will use the example of Bykivnia. We are presenting the story in a chronological way because Bykivnia's graves were the first ones, then Nazism and then Rashism. So we are presenting it chronologically. The first presentation is about Bykivnia, and on the main page we see on the real Kyiv map this sign. This is a geographical place where Bykivnia is. You can see also the geographical coordinates and find exact information about this place of the internet on the right side. And then in a form of storytelling, we present information about this very specific place, and then we present history about this place. We also have a button more about communism. So if anyone is interested, he or she can read very accurate information about communism. Samantha Poor presented this information. And if you scroll down, you can also find very concise information about how this communist activity began on the territory of Ukraine, how these authorities acted. These stories are very short, so that you will not spend much time on that, and you will see facts right from the beginning. This information is verified by historians. We are using archives. We are using a lot of archival materials. You see also story about the graves. We also see a story about communism. And by scrolling down, we can also see some stories of those who were killed by communists. We can look through their documents, archival materials, see the portraits of these people. And within this project, we are showing faces of people who were tortured. We are showing faces of murderers, those who killed those people who were directly involved into that. There is a red line, and there is also a silent book that was created with the cooperation of our historians. This is a visual presentation of the tragedy we are talking about, and we want just to present information about crimes committed by the Soviet regime in Ukraine. You can see very specific figures. I encourage you to do so. And by scrolling down, you can also read information about each regime, and you can make your own conclusions on the basis of that and find some parallels. We are not doing that instead of you. We are not providing you ready-made conclusions. We present you with facts, and we are responsible for every figure, that it is verified by many ways and it is true. We are
про те, як ця пам'ять замовчувалася, спотворювалася. Це, до речі, фотографія із розкопу в биківнянських могилах. І тут видно також, що руки перев'язані мотузкою. І такі ж дуже подібні до того фотографії були потім знайдені і в Бучі, і в Ізюмі, і в інших місцях, де була ексгумації тіл людей, закатованих російськими агресорами. Тобто і в комуністи, і рашисти діють так само, тільки з різницею в 100 років. Тут ми говоримо, власне, перелічуємо методи катування, і ми цей розділ писали довго, і, якщо чесно, ми дуже так обережно для того, щоб не травмувати психіку людей, навіть підбирали слова, і навіть не все тут є. Але я скажу, що, наприклад, росіяни, комуністи, росіяни, вони глумилися так, що, для прикладу, вони розстрілюють молоду красиву дівчину в Києві, і вона ще тепла, і заводять наступного полоненого чоловіка і змушують її гвалтувати, вже мертво. І це був один із методів, яким вони знущалися, і це не єдиний. Цього нема на сайті, але це просто штрих. Так, і також от моя така була ідея в тому, щоб ми навіть заголовки зробили змістовними, тому що, можливо, хтось не буде вчитуватися навіть в такі короткі, дрібні тексти. Тож навіть людина, яка вона прочитає тільки заголовки, вона вже винесе якусь інформацію з того і вже буде певне розуміння. Це череп із Биківні, вони всі також мають постріли в голову. Після розкопок видно, що цих людей розстрілювали або дострілювали після катувань. Ви бачите, ось також черепи, вони всі з простріленими головами були. Так, ну все. Ось тут ми перебираємося вниз до вбивць, до тих, хто скоював ці злочини.
Ізраїль міністр внутрішніх справ, там був і Косіор.
Так. Це
Косіор, а це Леплевський всередині.
Тут все це 37-й рік, і фотографія, і тут все знамениті обличчя.
Це якраз нарком був.
Так. І тут ми говоримо про це обличчя, власне, цих це Альдзисер, вбивць Бучі, так, тих, які приймали, тих, які, власне, скоювали ці злочини. Тут щось не підтягнулось. Так, і тут буде більше, ми маємо багато історій, так, і ми зараз сайт ще допрацьовується, і тут також буде більше історій і жертв, і більше історій вбивць. І вони досить цікаві, тому що там будуть і біографії, короткі відомості про цих людей. А хто ж вбивав нашу інтелігенцію, наших простих людей? І в Биківні лежать дуже різні люди.
І дехто з чекістів світу.
Так. Вони спочатку вбивали, їх там хоронили, а потім вони самі є жертвами. Тобто в нас Биківня унікальна тим, що в ній лежать і жертви, і вбивці, і застрелені, і закопані однаково. Так, тут це, власне, жертви, і тут також буде те, що я говорила, більше історій. Ми тут даємо короткі довідки, і це дуже, в цих коротких довідках ми їх робили з більш розширених, це зламані долі страшенно. Спочатку цих людей зламала комунізація, а потім вбила. Так, і отже, вниз уже поспішаю, прогортую. І також нам дуже допомогла Іринина книга, за що я їй дуже вдячна, зокрема в розділі про Бучу, тому що ми всі фотографії, наприклад, бучанські, спочатку ми бачимо фотографію Іриної роботи, а потім, якщо ми гортаємо далі, ми вже бачимо тіла вбитих людей. Тож для тих, у кого чуттєва психіка, щоб вони не одразу бачили ці трупи, бо це страшне, обгорівши тіла і так далі. Тож ми цим художнім твором прикриваємо цю жорстоку дійсність, хоча і твір важкий сам по собі, тому що така тема. Так, і далі тут про замовчування. Ну все, я так прогорнула, щоб у вас було розуміння, як то виглядає цей сайт. Я вас дуже запрошую, тут про кожен розділ можна подивитися, тут детальніше про проект, тут, власне, мовчазна книга, і робота над сайтом ще триває. У нас буде розділ література, де ми дамо перелік всієї літератури, про яку говорила Лариса Якубова і інші, щоб ви могли більше ще і джерел побачити, якщо ви цікавитесь. Також в нас будуть тут розміщені 3 фільми, над якими йде робота нині. І дякую. Дякую. Я вже передала команді. Зараз ми працюємо над цими фільмами, і тут я хочу ще раз прогорнути. Ігор Конколевський перелічував з партнерів проєкту, співорганізаторів цієї конференції. І хочу подякувати. Так, тут я вивела на екран тих, хто власне є в співорганізаторах, організатором є і той, хто реалізує, це громадська організація Світарта і команда нашої організації. І ми також дуже вдячні всім історикам, які долучилися до нашого проєкту і працюють в нашому проєкті. Доземний уклін взагалі за те, що не за те, що ви долучилися тільки, а за те, що ви взагалі працюєте в цих тематиках і робите таку важливу справу, і завдяки вам ми можемо розповідати цю історію також. Дякую вам дуже. І я тут також хочу подякувати дуже надійному партнеру, просто такому надійному плечу, на яке завжди можна опиратися. І, власне, ідея проєкту, коли вона народилась, то я одразу говорила з Ігорем про неї, обговорювали, і ми її доформовували разом. Ігоре, я безмежно вдячна вам за все, що ви робите для України і в цьому проєкті, і за цю конференцію, яку ви зорганізували, і за багато всього, що ви робите для того, щоб Україна була сильною в боротьбі. Доземний вам уклін, і ви просто приклад такого великого патріота України. Великого патріота України. Я вам дуже дякую. Дякую за все. І дякую команді Центру історичних досліджень Польської академії наук в Берліні, Анджею і Якубу за вашу роботу, за те, що ви допомогли в організації цієї конференції. Без вас це не могло бути. Дякую Патріку. Дуже хочу подякувати також Інституту Пілецького і пані Хані, директорці цього інституту, і за місце, і за підтримку, і за те, що повірили в актуальність даної ідеї. І також дуже дякую Андрію Портнову і вашому центру польсько-українських студій університету Віадрін університету. Дякую вам теж за все, що ви робите, за вашу підтримку і за вашу готовність провести цю конференцію на базі вашого центру і університету. Дуже цінуємо вашу участь. І дякую, звісно, і Литовському інституту історії, Алвідасу Нікжентайтісу. Він був першою людиною, з якою я обговорила цю ідею, і він мені казав, німці тобі грошей на це не дадуть. А я йому сказала, що я спробую, і тоді він каже, гаразд, а ти зроби такий акцент в заявці, і я впевнена, що це допомогло. За те, що він підтримав, все ж таки сказав, роби. І інституту, який це допомагає нам теж реалізовувати. І, звісно, ЄВЦ Foundation, фонду, який повірив і профінансував цей проєкт і дав на це кошти. І за цю сміливість підтримати Україну. І я була здивована, тому що серед понад 60 заявок, які були подані на ту програму, було підтримано 3, і одна із них наша, причому, що ці заявки були подані із різних країн. Так, і, звісно, іншим нашим партнерам це Національний заповідник Биківнянські могили і Тетяна Шептицька, яка сьогодні говорила, заповідник Бабин Яр, Центр досліджень Голокосту Анатолій Подольський, архів Служби безпеки України, вони нам надавали матеріали, у них це колишній архів КДБ, так, Бучанському Ігору Бартківу і архіву Бучанської міської ради. Ігор сам пережив окупацію Бучі, і вони позанормово, понад своє навантаження збирають і верифікують і дуже достеменно перевіряють дані по Бучі. І вони є фанатами цієї справи, вони верифікували всі дані, імена всіх жертв і вбивць по Бучі. Так, і можливо, якщо когось я не згадаю, то я перепрошую, але я точно вдячна всім і кожному. І, звісно, Український інститут національної пам'яті, вони є теж нашим надійним партнером. І Антон Дробович дуже так високо оцінив даний проект і говорив про його актуальність. І цей інститут розмістить посилання на наш сайт на своєму віртуальному музеї російської агресії. Для нас це дуже важливо, так, і вони також всіляко підтримують наш проект, поширюють інформацію про нього. Тож, знаєте, з такою сильною командою партнерів, з такою сильною командою істориків, як Роман Подкур, як Лариса Якубова, як Юрій Іванович Шаповал, Анатолій Подольський, і всі можна, і Надія Гончаренко, звісно, можна сміливо розповідати, і Ігор Коньколевський, і Андрій Портнов, можна сміливо говорити про цей проект, про цю ідею, тому що тут дуже часто говорили сьогодні про мене. Я дякую всім, і я кожен раз підкреслюю, що тільки ми разом це могли зробити, тому що сама ідея без людей, які можуть це гідно втілити, вона просто ідея. І таких ідей море, але завдяки вам всім ми змогли це втілити і продовжуємо над цю роботу. І я дуже вдячна Ірині Озаринській, яка почула про проект і сказала, що в неї трем в руках від того, що вона почула. І вона дуже хоче про це малювати і малювати цю книгу українською землею. І так з'явилася мовчазна книга «Трикутник зла. Комунізм, нацизм і рашизм». І я дуже сподіваюся, я вибрала вже 5 разів по 2 хвилини, але я дуже сподіваюся, що що цей проект буде тривати, і ми щось придумаємо для того, щоб він далі розвивався, тому як ми робимо його не для себе, а для людей. І я вже говорила, що понад 2 мільйони, це тільки в соціальних мережах, у нас вже понад 2 мільйони користувачів переглянули і повзаємодіяли з проектом, але я думаю, що їх буде більше, коли ми зробимо статистику. Це говорить про те, що це актуально і потрібно людям, не тільки нам з вами. Тож треба робити далі. Я дуже дякую всім за увагу.